Alrighty, getting everything set up.
Yep.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Give me just a second. I'm getting all set up here.
Same. Figure I'll try to follow that rule of when I'm leveling or when I'm streaming, I'll go to the streaming channel.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey,
And I mean,
hey, Zero.
I'll have to
Welcome.
in this one either. If you want to go in your Discord or whatever, either it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Other than your guys'
It
titles.
seems like, yeah.
All right. Well, I invited you to. I think you guys are.
I gotta switch characters real quick. All right, I'm gonna switch characters. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Oh. So we got in Spark PV did a pretty good chunk of improvements to it. DPS report, I did some minor improvements since yesterday. And crit sprinkler. Let's see. What? Bug.
I'll be right back. Will you guys get ready?
I've been inviting you. You've never accepted. You get the accept, Ashram?
Man. Oh no, there it goes. Thought my game crashed.
Where's
Oh, no, wait. It did crash. Thought that took a little suspiciously long time.
Alright. So you guys see crit sprinkler. Now what's going on with Shin Spark? Why am I not seeing my device?
Enraged.
I have log parser going twice? Or I think my pet maybe. What the fuck happened with wind capture? Why is it not showing my 10005 device? Because I need that one. That's how I actually listen to traffic. Annoying. Not that I know of, Blood-Eyed.
Enraged. Enraged.
Why is Gina
Enraged.
repeating everything twice?
Enraged.
Still doing it. Do I maybe echo? Am I like watching my stream or something? I'll pull a junk and then down here or something. You know, it'd probably be faster if I just train all the mobs and flop and bazaar. You two fade in RO, SOS, and then fucking just solo master or duo master until my bazaar's back, and I can come right back in. You know?
Okay.
No chef, you're dying, and I where you're at. Just fade it off. And yeah, it needs some DLC still. Am I getting a summon still? I'm still fucking. What? Regen your health yet? Right, pet. Stop being a pet. Yeah, Zero, you like the latest rendition? It's evolving.
I don't understand what's going on with my UI. Leave me the fucking alone, man.
Or do you guys just skip Arbiter as well?
No, I'm right behind you.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna fade. I think you just gotta kill the warders, right?
I'm not even sure you have to kill them.
Can you just kill frickin'
But yeah.
Sleeper? Well, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Let's engage Sleeper. You can kill warders while you wait. At least kill the frost one.
No, I cannot. It's the only one I probably can't kill.
You have remove Greater Curse, and so does No Chef. That'll take off the detrimental.
No, we don't.
You're a cleric. You have every capacity to have remove Greater Curse. and well, not RGC. What's the other one? Radiant Cure, the AA.
I guess we have regular remove curse, but it's on a 5-second cast. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I was really saying Radiant Cure every time you heard RGC.
Okay.
You know, the one that makes it cures the baddies.
I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to restart. I don't know. Like my UI's messed up. I don't know. Cast bar, everything's wonky. Like something that I'm not supposed to be able to move, I can move, which is this whole thing is supposed to be connected with your party bar. I can just move it
No worries.
because it's not connected.
Sleeper's pretty easy, and it's easy for you to catch up. So feel free to relog, diagnose. We'll be there. Worst case, we clear it, and then you can join in when it really matters in TOV. All right, almost doing some selling while I wait. I'll be available in now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What are you up to? You're killing.
They healed the warder. Oof.
No, fire. You don't have to loot corpses for mobs to respawn. Their timer immediately starts the moment they die for respawning. Cool, so we'll try warder or sleeper after this and see what happens.
It's crazy. I put cold resist on and he didn't actually get me that time. It's nuts.
Nice. Yeah, I just suggested in contributors today, even fire. I was like, if the mob has less than like 10 plat on it, just poof the corpse within X seconds, especially if the number of corpses in the zone exceeds a certain value, because that just saves time when you're AEing and you're trying to loot it all after. Yeah, he doesn't engage. He's not aggro. This is the one you hate though, right?
Oh, I thought it was the last one. Oops.
Yeah, I think this is the one that slows. Yeah, a lot of zones suck for that reason. Where you can't sell anything that actually drops. Yeah, let me put Sim Strike back on. That might help my deep. And no chef, are you back? Just holler when you're back so I can group invite you.
Okay.
Nope. You actually, one thing you may want to do is when you are doing the relogging stuff, just hit Bazaar and back, because every time you're logging in, you're resetting mob health. It's all good. We're just killing this dragon twice.
Enraged.
Still doing the double echo. That's so weird.
Let me know when I can log in.
Yeah, do it now.
No, I keep crashing.
Are you crashing the moment you log in?
Yep.
You're running the patcher every time and hitting play for that?
Yep.
Did you try to log in with another character?
I did.
Same thing on them?
No, they log in.
You gonna do me a favor real quick? Go to
Yep.
your EQ path
Mhm.
and go find UI underscore no chef underscore THJ dot INI. And once you find it, I'm mainly curious about the file size of it. Yeah, Pudsey. Cleric isn't broken. Cleric just gives you Divine Avatar, and people just sleep on what it's actually boosting.
Enraged.
Rabid Bear arguably is doing something of equivalent, but yeah. Hence why Ranger Cleric has an amazing synergy. And then add in Wiz for the nukes. But yeah, it's ridiculous. But good. Damage is good. And that's even post nerf, by the way. Because in beta it was already bad and they nerfed it, and yep. Any luck, no chef? Did you find that file?
I'm looking.
You should be able to sort it alphabetically and then just type in and explore the UI, and it'll go to your UI files.
Enraged.
Let's see. UI, no chef, THJ, INI, BAK.
No, not the back, but the normal one above it.
Yep. 46 kilobytes.
Okay, so that looks full sized. If you want, compare the back to the original or the one that's latest, and see if and maybe compare it to another file. Just look at like the number of lines, you know, and stuff like that on the size of them. The 46K sounds right normal.
Yeah, they look fine. All right, let me try to log in.
Not now. You're taken. We're
Okay.
killing Terraform now.
Weird.
Yep.
Okay.
I pressed Warcry, if it does it again at least. Getting a bunch of aggro. I'm assuming you started burn.
Yeah, I was burning in the beginning.
You're doing something that's generating like fuckload of aggro.
Nothing different than normal.
Because you went
Maybe just lucky
from
crits, I guess.
no aggro 50 to full aggro and me at 50. That was a fuckload of taunt. And that's after a blast of anger and me chain nuking. Weird. I assume you evaded and
Yeah.
that's why you lost all aggro.
Yeah, I usually hide sneak on here on cooldown.
Right. That was weird how much you just generated there.
That aggro was even more weird because it was coming out of a fear. Like I just
Yeah, you just started engaging and sorry. Oh, guess what order spawned?
the shitty one. So far I haven't gotten hit with it yet.
Fire, the only way you can return to an expedition you exited out of is if someone was still in the expedition. So like a tactic you can do is if you have a bazaar mule or anybody that sits in the bazaar, you can transfer DZ ownership to them and then they'll hold it for you. He's down to 40. Our DPS feels low for both of us. We're only doing like 2.7-ish. Are you burning?
My burn's already done.
Weird. Wonder why our damage is so low. Mine is too. Like we're doing 240 seconds, 2.7, 2.5. We're usually double this, and I did a full burn too.
I've been padding some, but not crazy.
Oh, yeah, they fucked up Tribute, didn't they? They reset it. Granted, your DPS is low, probably because of Ventani. But hopefully you don't get the Drakes. I think we're okay. And we just got the Drakes, right when he died. Alright, I'm just gonna Ninja Loot and evac.
Okay.
So we got an Axis Slaughter, dodging Enchanted Og.
Racer.
All right, you can log in. No chef. Brother Zave's headband and Dagger of Vengeance enchanted. You probably just want to fade and evac the moment, or fade and bazaar when you get there.
If we close the DZ, it might force him back into wherever
One of
he's
these
bound, which might
covenants.
help.
No, I don't think it's it's the zone. It's his fucking UI. It's for some reason broke. You could possibly delete your UI file or, back it up. There's a backup there already and just see if you can log in. It'll totally fuck over your UI,
Yeah,
but at least you'll get out of the crash state if that's the reason it's crashing. Yeah, I don't know. Our DPS was just low, but Tribute didn't help. But I don't think, well, Tribute would fuck over my spellcasting speed, and it would also lack of IOG, lack of, epic haste, stuff like that would impact it too. Cool, you're back in.
Yep.
Okay, leave the DZ. Ashram.
Yeah.
And then we can meet in Tav for the Dodgog and the Axe of Slaughter. I don't know if I'll ever fuck with it or not. A theory of mine is I could potentially use the Axe of Slaughter and weave it into between casts for higher DPS. I just don't know if the lack of shield and everything would, make it worthwhile or not. This is just a good AUG. I think everyone should just random on it.
I think the reason why people like the hammer better than Palladius is it has spell power on it.
That is true.
Palladius has a better ratio, but it has no spell power at legendary.
Yeah.
But it's completely up to you. I'm just letting you know.
Well, go ahead and random for the AUG. You want it?
I'll pass since it has shielding on it. It's better for you.
Okay. Congrats me. So you're thinking, how much is the axe selling for? Let's see. It's still worth like 7,500. I'll just give it to you to sell. It would be a toy for me at best. I don't think anything else anyone cares about, so. Okay. Cool. I'll toss that AUG into something. Do these only go in Viz slots? Yeah.
That brother's headband, we can just, if anybody wants that for an alt, they can take it. It's
Not even worth selling.
It's selling for 30 as a regular, 30 plat.
Yeah. Okay. Is everyone more or less ready?
Just 1 second. I mean, you can go ahead.
Let me get some mana. And if you can, click your epic at least on me real fast. Thank you, thank you. All right. So we're just going straight for Airy. We don't need to bother with hot. I'll pull everything to Airy and then we can just blow it up and then kill Airy. Are you buffing? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just doing my buffer buffs and then my good ones. I'm ready.
I already have Ago, so I think I'm good. But yeah, I'll just train everything to oops, let's not go that way even though.
Might have got Ishin.
Whatever.
Enraged.
You know, I turned
Man, this.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I turned off Gina and I'm
Enraged.
still getting fucking enraged sound. So it's like bugged and in the background somewhere. Sorry, that's.
It might be more efficient for us to just complete heal you at this point.
You think my hit points are there?
Enraged.
I mean, how much hit points are you at?
I have defensive on, but I have
Enraged.
13,000 buffed. But it's going to go down significantly once I start putting in spell damage augs. But for right now, it might be, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. On polls like this, it gives you time to build aggro before we start spamming remedies and shit on you. You know.
True. Do you CH in Ret on your Hair Warrior?
No. But that's different though, because you have someone dedicated to nothing but healing globals.
True. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to go find... How the fuck am I getting Gina to tell me that I'm enraged when the process isn't even up?
I'll heal you, no shop.
Man, I don't know.
Complete heal landing in a second. Queuing up another one. You got 10 seconds before it hits. Landing.
Does maybe EQ log parser do enraged? I didn't realize it. All right, you guys ready?
Always ready.
Did they announce they fucked over tribute on changelog or anything, or is it just surprise ninja nerf?
Didn't even know they did it.
Yeah. All right, too far away. There we go. Yeah, not only did it turn off tribute for me, it disabled every single one of my tributes. So like, even if I reactivate, there's nothing active. Like it totally flushed all my selections and
Enraged.
everything.
Enraged.
And I've been running them since pretty much server start.
Enraged.
Yeah, I think it's Gina. But I didn't know Gina, or sorry, I thought it was, I think it's EQ log parser, but I didn't realize EQ log parser had the enrage notifier. Guess what I'll do is kill
Enraged.
EQ log parser. Let's see if that turns it off.
We do need to kill Koidoken today.
What is it for the Trident or something else?
The bracers. They have the affliction focus on them.
Nice. Yeah, especially if Sleeper Epic takes a while. What are you wanting it or for me?
It sells.
Oh, cool.
Our enchanted and our regulars sold yesterday.
Nice. All right, VM time. Yeah, I'm area taunting. I snare like every cast. I'm using blast. I'm auto attacking, and you still will do. You'll snap aggro. It's probably your Oggs
Yeah.
and shit that's not helping, but
Yeah. Well, and really, until the fight balances, as soon as I get my burns going, I try to sneak hide or try to fade it off as much as I can.
yeah.
But sometimes it's just a lot in the beginning.
Yep. Okay. Well, now that I know log parser's the candidate, let me go back to. Turning it on a sec. Okay. Yeah, Matthias, are you playing with Tim off? Yeah, Medics, you can assume anytime I'm casting while running, it's a clicky. The only people that can cast while running is items and bard songs. Well, and technically AAs, but AAs don't have cast time, so. Yeah, I click, which for some reason I fucked over Shin Spark. You can actually see what I'm casting when I have that on. But I messed it up. It's not picking the address anymore. It's weird. Let me see it again real fast.
Enraged.
As I eat and rage. Yeah, see? It still isn't listing 10005 on my capture list. I have no idea why that bugged. I can't get traffic if I'm not on the right device. I'll have to restart my PC or something later. You know, the many, many years of EverQuest where Necros, their primary job was just give mana to the
Enraged.
clerics, you know, during fights. It's somewhat satisfying that the roles have kind of changed with this build comp, where the healer is creating sapphire azure crystals and giving it to me so I can blast them. So it's basically twitching. Buddy. Almost fell off. Yeah, it sucks, Matthias. Hopefully your withdrawals aren't too bad. Can't even target the big ass dude. It's the Garn, but here, let me get. Yeah, I'm gonna reposition just so I'm in DeGarn's line of sight for AEing. Howdy, Snortech. Hope you're well.
Enraged.
I think for a crit sprinkler release, I really want to consolidate all the total damage. I have a commit for it, but it's still broke. And I'll probably revamp the settings page as well into the new overlay style. That might take a little bit more work, but if I can get those 2 milestones, that's definitely a good release candidate.
Enraged.
Matthias, refresh my memory. When you say Elixir, which Elixir project are you referring to? We're just going to bring these. I'll tap them and AoE them on the next pull. Roger. Yeah, unfortunately, I used that name for like a bunch of different projects that kind of did the same thing. I was just curious which one you were referring to. Hey, Fennec, thank you for the follow.
Thanks for the follow, Fennec.
I probably can turn off the voiceover for follows. Because I'm pretty good about thanking people verbally whenever they follow.
Enraged.
That's actually default behavior, Rostam. I actually tweaked my target bar to have target of target. So like if you take, I don't know which UI you're using, but if you take any UI that doesn't have
Enraged.
the baked target on target thing, it'll do that for you. Okay, let's position. Oh, thank you for Koi. Yay, my earring's finally done. Okay, so we're going to take out the enchanted intelligence log from here, put it into this, and then take the legendary, put it in there. And now we have a 48 spell damage hearing. And let's actually put it on now. There we go. And that puts me up to 522 without wearing my epics.
Enraged. Enraged. Enraged.
Okay. So after this, are we still yeah, we're still doing triplets for the black stars. And then Lady Anne, then we can get Kulak. Yeah. They're stupid rare virus, but well, lately I've been hanging out in the Othmer camps, getting furs to level up tailoring, but I'll probably transition to farming in VP again, because I have a lot of time where I'm just coding and not
Enraged.
really playing, just sort of have it in the background. So I like it when there's something I can do like every 10 minutes. And I know a 5 spawn that I can do that on. All right, Koi. The body's moving on my screen. That's interesting. It was like falling. Got a bracelet. Good. There is not. You have to caterpillar it right now. Broken. Caterpillar meaning you have to like resize, scrunch it. All right, let's scrunch up these guys. There we go.
Enraged.
That's actually not even my ICQ number. That is the original maker of Sparks. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen, Matthias, because we probably need at least 2 more,
Enraged.
if not many more. I don't know. How many black stars do we need?
Enraged.
Like, would you ever wield that ashram?
I guess if I ended up making a healing set.
True.
Enraged.
But in general, I probably would not for damage.
Yeah. All right, so is it Sekinar last? Sev first? Or was it? Yeah, I think Sev is the squishy one. And then
Enraged.
Zilax. There you go again. You're just generating lots of heat. Interesting. Because you'll even like, I'm assuming you just have aggro-ogs that when they proc, it's just causing a pretty
Enraged.
crazy amount of aggro on an initial gauge. Do you have the bone bracelet clicky off? Velk does DD and turns into Skelly. I probably have one, but I don't. The problem is I have like 3 different clicky DDs, but I only use the ring typically. The 150 DD Necro clicky ring for 2.5 seconds, which I actually don't use it much. I'm usually better off just fucking ruining myself when I'm running around. And because it doesn't trigger Simp Strike, it's not better if I'm not running around than just, alternating runes between Warrior Epic and Wizard Epic. But thank you for the offer. Okay, so this, then Vulak, then we go to Mischief. We'll keep doing Mischief until either we get a necklace or 2, or the shit we're getting is not worth money. Mana isn't... Oh, dude, mana is totally a problem. Well, the thing with me is I'm typically AEing constantly. And so I'm very good at wasting mana. And so, like, No Chef has gotten used to just keeping me a steady supply of Azure Crystals, and then I'm using Death Bloom on cooldown. And even then, I'm still like... Got it. Yeah, and I mean, my DPS, when I use normal nukes, and then if I use my Lifetop spam, is actually pretty competitive. It's a little less with Lifetop spam, but not by much. If I crit on either, like right there, I just did 20,000 in a tick just with Lifetop spam.
Enraged.
Where if I do big nukes, I can do 16,000 on a single hit potentially, and that can get me to 35. So yes, arguably for best DPS, I should be using that.
I think Ashram crashed.
Yeah, no worries. We'll wait for him.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Black Star didn't drop.
Oh, excellent.
He said map is rough. Are you commenting on my new Sin? I should honestly call it something else broken, because phonetically they're identical, right? Like when I talk about, are you talking about Spark or Sparks? So what's my next upgrade? I think I need to get back on my eye patch next. Forget how much that's going to be, but when I move the map around my screen, it drags and frame drops with Spark. That has to do with the rendering. Turn off like labels and do it, and you'll see that it goes away. That's normal when you have a shitload of things it's rendering when you upgrade the location. That'll happen on all different UIs. Looks like you're back in.
I am indeed.
Well, group invited you. All right.
Are we killing Lady N?
Oh. Yeah, that helps. My brain decided the triplets was the last kill and we were done. And then we're sitting there staring at an empty Vulak.
I was looking over there on the map and I was like, maybe I'm still bugged or something?
Yeah. What are you talking about? There's nothing to kill here. I'm gonna bring Jor. Come here, Jor. There we go. And we'll kill the big guy first. Did he aggro? I'm pretty sure he aggroed. Alright. The big guy, sorry, is the Ancient Guardian. Let me actually AE. Sorry about that.
Right, I'm trying to pick him off.
Perfect. And then you may as well just target Jorleg and ignore the ads. I'll blow him up.
Now there's too many traders. How crazy is that?
Who da dunk. But they upgraded the trader satchels to 20 slaughters now? That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Hopefully we don't have the same issue we used to have on red.
Mm-hmm.
Because they nerfed those specifically for that reason.
They've done so many revamps, I imagine. I hope. I mean, I don't put a lot of faith in the code changes, but
Enraged.
any chains on them? Yep. Onyx chains? No,
Nope.
Onyx chain legging, never mind. Not silver chains.
Ooh, nice.
But yeah, it's weird. It almost feels like my DPS is going down.
Do you need those, Chef?
They're better than these. 1 second.
Almost certainly.
That's what I'm currently wearing.
Yeah, after this, just hand them off.
At some point, I'm going to need to sit down and do a proper parse.
On what?
Comparing spike draw to like lures to big nukes to small nukes, you know. Just a A/B test on all the various ways I can do DPS. I know that it's competitive enough that, you know, depending on context, life draw doesn't deteriorate my DPS too much. However, on burns, I'm usually better off that. And then also just life bane spam versus normal nukes.
Or the Dragon Bane or whatever it is.
The Dragon Bane with the cooldown and the general cost and everything, I don't think it's worth it. Even though it has the 2000 base, the biggest complaint with it is the majority of dragons are not even flagged as dragon.
Nice.
Yeah, so like Faradar, the triplets, I think Carafirm was, but yeah, a lot of them aren't. Okay, virus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You like the color? Broken? The accent? It's literally the same. I just took a little bit of time to create like a little title bar. I think my to-do on it is to, I don't like it when you're opening your bags. You see all these blue borders? I want to make a new title type that's like a smaller, low profile one for a number of, for a number of elements. Because honestly, like a thin border would make sense, for example, on buff bars, the inventory border is because Shinspark doesn't touch the OG border. So there's what's called like TDM window, and then there's like TDM border, which is actually the one that is the blue accent one. I'm going to probably make a TDM border small, and I'll probably apply TDM border small, possibly even on the chat windows, but definitely on the bag windows. You know, these don't need to be this obnoxious. And then inventory, I'll probably just keep the TDM border, and probably the same with like the options window, stuff like that. You know, things that are like temporary, I can make a more obnoxious title bar. But the things that are like on your UI or you stack a lot of, which is like chat windows and stuff, I'll keep it low profile so that they don't eat up as much real estate on your screen. Because, you know, bottom line, I like... what do you think of the blue thin borders everywhere, by the way, Broken? Like on your hotbars and on everything? I personally like it. It gives a little bit more like color to things, I guess. I may take it and maybe do like a shading where it will, you know what I mean? Have a little bit of like a faked 3D effect where like one side is darker than the other. So it has like the button illusion. Like all your hot buttons, the left side is lighter than the right side. But I don't know. I'll debate that. And I may also change the tint color from just pure black to a little bit more of a, I don't know, maybe a little bit more gray. I don't like pure black that much. I prefer it when there's like a little bit of, you know what I mean? Like even when you're in a dark mode map or dark mode website, they rarely use true black because that also gives me opportunities to create shading gradients, you know, like I can change up the colors. Looks like crap.
What was my DPS on that?
2.3. You actually, at least on my
Nice.
parse, you beat Ashram. Because Ashram did 1.6.
I just kept watching 4K, 6K, 7K, 4K like over and over and over.
Yep. I mean, it's a good neck, but I'd never wear it because I'm going for spell damage. So, and you probably wouldn't either. No chef. But Ashram maybe. I don't know what you're going to be doing for your neck priority. The H-Dex is going to be nice on it.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Left DZ. Get the palm. Let me know when you guys leave.
I'm out.
Nope.
So we're a little slower than yesterday, but we also had some technical difficulties. And we're not necessarily rushing it, obviously. We're kind of just, we're doing it. Yeah, but we're on track for, by the way, if you ever get nervous about this bridge, by the way, just a real quick trick, Chef, is you see this corner point? If you align the corner point and you run towards the right side of that pillar, you're always going to be fine.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you don't want to look, that was a trick I used to do on live. Yeah, Solus. The problem with parsers right now is they're all kind of broke. EQ log parser is really trying to stay relevant on THJ. And, you know, there's improvements, but then there's problems and then improvements. So that's EQ log parser, I think, is the most widespread usable right now. But GAM parse, I've heard there's been a bit of a lag on support. And Yeah, so the zone is 2.0. Yeah, that's a little hard to go in there and solo.
That man smashed you.
Yeah, you guys usually wait on me.
I mean, he walked in and he started swinging, so I
Yeah.
tried to grab it off of
Well,
him.
he sees invis anyway, so not a big deal.
Drag these in, that way you have your corpses.
Yeah, we can ignore him. I'll do a little nuke just to keep him on me. Maybe? Oops, of course, that killed a couple. Maybe I'll press the get good button. Oh, area taunts down, never mind.
If you put on your warrior taunt, it might help.
Yeah, that's a good button to press. So that is on my list for my little Shinspark UI, which again, I need to, sorry, let me press A. I'll do the big one, fuck it. They're all gonna be hurt.
I mean, even if you kill half these, you'll slow them.
Honestly, I think even if we kill them all in here, the Army of the Dead will pick them up if we fight in the other area. It's close enough to it. So, here's what I'm kind of thinking, by the way, is, and this is mocking, or, you know, a draft. Oh, thank you for the raid, by the way, Valorith. Okay, so let's go ahead and zone. Honestly, we can just go kill him with these up.
Yep, I'll pop IOG.
Yep. I put on defensive. And warlords.
Run slow.
Yep. Let me use rage to keep me up while you're slowing. I'm not getting a slowdown.
No. Try
These
again.
ads are hurting bad.
They are?
Yeah.
Let me A.
Or he's hurting me, something.
I think you're getting ramped, but yeah, I'll kill it all. I just wanted bodies, so. Okay.
No. Jesus Christ. Now it's slowed. Holy crap.
All right, I did an army. These are all bodies. Oh yeah, it helps to actually burn, doesn't it? Big boom.
Enraged.
Come on. There we go. He's down. Just loot and
Evac.
you got it? Evacing. You said evac so
Mark.
fast, your mic didn't even pick it up, by the way. It was like bip bip. Cool. Alright, I went ahead and bizarred. What'd we get? We got
Sorry, I'm zoning. I can show you.
Bracer of Discovery again. You already got 2 of yours though, right?
Yep.
Great Sword of Night and the Bauble. I mean, the Bauble's nice as a clicky shrink, but I have Cobalt Bracer. I don't know if you guys need a clicky shrink. Or I might be worth just selling.
It's only selling for 1,500, so.
Yeah. Any idea if the Velius graphics work if you enable in, well, it's eqclient.ini broken, and you want to edit the, which by the way, we're done. So thank you guys. Feel free to hop off.
Yep.
Or we could go do Palm again real fast too.
Yeah, let's go do Palm. I like running around.
Yep. Okay, so let's go do that, and then we can, I'll answer your statement. So there's these armor, load Velius armor options in your EQ client, and if you turn those on, you get the Velius armors. Okay, so Velius. Is anyone already running there? Nope. Okay, let me do it. Why is there a bug where if you select... Oh wait, am I just lagging? What? Why is this... Why is right-clicking on the window causing a context menu? Dude, something's fucked up. And Velius, make new line. Anyways, I was gonna say, sometimes Tyrell, when you select an expansion or a continent, will not allow you to select another option afterwards. It's almost like he gives up on context, which is weird. But now I have a thing on my screen. I'm going to load skin. Boop. That'll flush the UI. Anyways, that was weird. Also, I lost all my buffs. Weird. Like, did I die? No, they're back. Okay, shit's just laggy.
What happened?
Thanks for the follow. Forensic _
I literally talked about my buffs because after I did a load skin. Oh, it was the load skin that made my buffs bug out. That makes sense. Correct, broken. I think there's some other options in there too. Congrats, Fire. Okay, that was a fun adventure. Now let's see if I can actually zone into the plane of growth. And I'm taking forever. I'll be patient. So Bobby Flay asks, how do I get the scrolling damage numbers? Here's a command that gives you the link. Just keep in mind, that version is a bit outdated. I'm working on a new version. Yeah, I'm crashed. This is taking too long. So let me reboot my client and then we can, once I log in, I'll give us a DZ ad. No version will work in full screen, MeadowMage. Just like EQ log parser, Gina, anything with overlay will never work in full screen. It's a limitation with Windows. What I do recommend is if you do play in full screen mode, is use windowed mode, set the video mode to whatever your screen is, and then use Shindo borderless, and you can simulate full screen borderless. Like I can even show you it right here. So you see, I just logged into EQ, and I have the big title bar on the top, and you can't see my taskbar and everything, and the whole screen is like clipped, right? So like this is really gross. So what you do is if you go in game, you go to Alto Display Video Modes, set it to your desktop resolution. I'm running at 1020, 1920 by 1080. Hit accept, right? The screen's gonna bleed over, and that's fine. Then you just loaded my Shindo, and on boot, it'll tell you all your processes. So there's EQ game. and you'll see the resolution's already been set, but you can set that to yours. And then if you hit this one button, boop, it's now full screen borderless. And Shindo doesn't touch your gamma. Like, if you're getting your gamma fucked, it's probably something else third party, like NVIDIA. Or, yeah, because literally all that program's doing is removing the decorators. So this is still technically a windowed mode. You just don't have, oh, I'm exiting the expedition, sorry. You don't have, yeah. I'm pretty sure if you're having still some like gamma issues, maybe check your like NVIDIA overlay or like the Game Ignite or any of that weird ass shit that your video card is installing, because it may be trying to like tweak your gamma. Roger. But yeah, are we gonna do the same drill as last time where Ashram SOSs gets Tinair and we go that route?
Sure.
Did you start a DZ?
Yep, and you guys didn't get it. I also invited you to group, but you didn't get that either. Remember, I crashed.
Okay.
So leave your group.
Yeah, we're not in one.
Okay, you should all have invites though.
I clicked it. It didn't put me in a group though.
You get DZ ads.
Correct.
Yeah,
I did get
got
the DZ ad, but the group
Okay.
invite did not work.
Go ahead and zone into the ZZ. And then once you're zoned in, we'll see if we can invite you.
Game's running a little sloppy tonight.
There we go.
Yeah, I think you guys were just in some weird stale state. Cool. Yeah, feel free to clear the zone, or SOS, run over, slay, or hail. And you know the drill, chef. You can just go grab.
Yep, I'll just go dance with fire.
Here's a thing to try, Menomage, if you're willing, is once you, let's say you get the gamma problem and you're in game, right? Everything's like working. You have the game client running, but it's like Sudark or whatever. Go to calibrate display color. You see this window option here? And when you hit this, just hit the next button once, right? Just that. What it'll do is restore your gamma to whatever the general display setting is, and then you can close out. And try that, and just let me know if it fixes your gamma after starting EQ and it fucking with it. I could potentially bake that into Shindo as an option to, you know, essentially do the same as what that feature does and fix gamma for people that have the full screen problem. Because I'd love it for, you know, as much compatibility as possible with Crit Sprinkler and people's usage. Hey, benign infection. Welcome to EQ. Interesting that people who have never played EQ before are jumping into it, specifically with like the hero's journey and stuff and TLPs, considering it's like a 26-year-old game. But anyways, a little weird. Why are you getting that window over there? Oh, right on. Hope you're having fun on live. So, dude says, the other day you were talking about a hard mode. Have you considered making another character that only has 2 classes? I guess first thing to note, I hate alts. In fact, the Twitch community at one point had me roll an alt right before Kunark or Velius launch, and I never leveled it beyond level 1 still. And yeah, And I'm not looking for a challenge. That was other people that were talking about, you know, how they beat Dark Souls blindfolded with no armor on and, you know, whatever, with a bongo controller and, you know, go on Quarm and do solo self-found and love the masochism and poop socking of P99. And I'm just like, the server's not really great for you if you're looking for that level of challenge. What helm am I using? I have no graphic, if that's what you're asking. But as far as what helm, I'm actually wearing a Blade Souls currently. Which...
Give you a crystal ahead of time anyway.
mine's good. You can go ahead. I have one. I wouldn't say Blade Soul was first choice. It was just the easiest for me. In fact, I accidentally turned it in. But I forget what helm upgrades beyond it. I think something from Vulak. Let's see. I can look at that real quick while we're waiting. So he's moved, right? Or no? No, you're still getting to her, right?
She's moved.
All right. It's your turn, No Chef.
We ready?
More or less. Crown of the Kromzik Kings. Maybe a top tier spell damage. I'll have to check that later. Yeah, I might have worn my build, but I actually got too tanky. Yeah, like Hobart's is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sure though it's the best for me. But I could double check that. I need to go double check. Yeah, cool. I should actually do that because you're sitting on one right now, right, Ashram? Did one drop today? Hobart?
Yeah.
Yeah, Crown of Ryle is a good option. I used to have one. I can get another if I need to. Crown of Ryle may still be BIS, and I might have to go back to it.
All right, I'm gonna give you just a minute to get up here, Shan.
I don't think it's like any of a big deal. You can DA and go over already, and then you're just going to be kiting and just generating hate. Ashram won't engage though until I'm there because he might have some issues soloing Tuner. So,
Crown of Ryle is definitely better still. It's double the spell
Yeah.
damage.
so I'll probably go back to a Crown of Ryle. I'll see if I have it in my bags, and if not, I'll just go get a new
You
one.
gonna let me move?
You get stunned?
Yeah, I'm stunned.
You didn't
for a
do
minute.
Divine Aura proper. There you go.
Okay, I'm on the move.
And you got stunned again?
I'm not on the move. Yep, it's okay. Already occurred. I'm going.
Yeah, and just heal yourself. Cool. All right. We should be fine.
Going?
Yeah, dude. But since basically what I'm doing is I'm sacrificing every stat for spell damage until I hit 750. And then once I do that, I'll look at, what items give me the least amount of spell damage. And then if there's a really good AC equivalent, and start swapping them. Right now, I have 522 without my Wiz Epics on. So that's with a sword and board. But I still need a good 100 or 2. But I'm also missing...
We got some aggro.
I'm flopping.
Be ready?
Yep, keep clicking those heals. I like how the aggro radius, for some reason, causes this weird circle. You see that in the window?
She's on me. You can grab her back.
Sorry. Trying to. The taunts do nothing.
If I have to, I can just repo it.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help I flopped. So I'm like generating hate from nothing.
Oh, true, yeah.
Here, what I should be doing is turning on attack and using rage, because that generates a lot of hate. Plus, it kills them pretty fast. 750 is the hard cap, correct? Unless they tweak it.
Enraged.
We're almost done, no chef. Go ahead and loot it up, Ashram. We got an EON.
There's an essence. All right, let's roll.
All right, I'm just going to evac, just so you don't have to worry about hate. And yeah, feel free to GTFO at your leisure, no chef.
I am out.
Cool. I'll get that sold.
Easy peasy.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so yeah, broken. What are you showing off, sorry, on this picture? This how you're laying out the UI? Nice. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good opportunities with this layout. Yep, I do actually like the borders on the spell bars as well. You know, I like that it's just like this super, super thin single pixel border on all the different windows. You know, just enough to show you where the points are. So when you are doing what you did, where you're like stacking UI elements, it's very obvious if you got it clean or not, you know? Because when it's just pure black, you can't quite align it very well.
I'll be right back.
So, no, it looks good, dude. Keemel is asked Quemel if you want to share. He's asking about Frenzy, so I'll look at that real quick for those that are interested. So Frenzy, assuming he joins, how it works is they added this new mechanic that is similar to decapitation, and they put it built into Frenzy. So as the mob gets lower health, the damage of Frenzy scales up. I believe it's in attack CPP. So let's go find that. So here's the actual Frenzy trigger. And good idea, Jega. Thank you. Here's the logic. So basically, make sure you have a primary equipped. Make sure the damage is greater than 0. Otherwise, max damage is invul, aka it'll fail. The reuse time based on skill reduction. If you're allowed to use haste for melee skills, which I think we have on. I forget if they turned it off in the end or not. So make sure your weapon haste is as high as possible. And here's the frenzy scale on weapon rule, which I believe is also enabled. So the min and max damage is heavily impacted by the scale of your weapon damage. So that's why big two-handers are going to do the best frenzy. And then here's your animation types. Where's the actual damage calculation part? I think it's just going to be induced special attack damage, actually. So let's go find that function real quick. So in do attack special, there's probably a chunk here for frenzy specifically. Let's find it. I'm not seeing it. Don't you hate it when you're like on the spot and you're like, it should be about here and it's not there and it's like, wait, where is it then? It could just be that min damage, man damage, but I'm pretty sure there's something where it gets the health of the mob and uses that to help like get HP ratio for where is it at? I'm not seeing it in there. Is it an attack? There it is. This is the thing. So if your level is greater than or equal to 51 and you use Frenzy, it's going to do a roll, and that roll is modded, so your probability is increased for critting based on the hit points of the mob that you're attacking. So the closer to dead it is, the higher the mod is. And the multiplier is actually times the HP ratio of a mob. So divided by 100. Anyways, and then once the roll is, if the roll is less than your dex bonus, then you first try finishing blow, and then you have what's called devastating frenzy, which I believe is the decap mechanic, which I guess does another check for level is greater than or equal to 50, which is interesting. This check, so the bonus doesn't come into play until 51, but the actual devastating frenzy requires you to be 50. But it takes the target's hit point ratio and it scales your damage based on the HP ratio divided by 20, essentially. So if you ever see a really, really crazy frenzy attack by a player, 9 out of 10 times, the mob was so low, it was essentially the equivalent of doing a finishing blow. Not to say that it's shitty damage regardless. I mean, it does really, really good damage. But those big cleaves are taking into factor this scaling system. Because this increases not just your damage done, but also min damage. And those are actually added together. The way that this scales, especially for damage done, is a multiplier of this value. While the min damage is just an additive. This is where the big bazunga stuff happens. So yeah, HP ratio impacts frenzy in 2 places. There you go. So, yep. So did I keep my helm? I have a tendency to just delete items because they're so easy to get again. So chances are I didn't. Am I in my own voice chat? No, Ashram's still here. I might hop off, Ashram. I assume you're cool with that. I think you're AFK anyways. So yeah, let's go do a... Yeah, thank you for the follow, Dorito.
Thanks for the follow, Dorito.
Speaking of, before I forget, I'm going to do a quick stream elements tweak where I stop that voiceover every time someone follows, because I'm really good at doing it every time. How do I get the full screener thing? I don't know if I put it on as a command. Let's see. Tindo. No. I could add it as a command real quick. Probably a good idea. Tindo. Let's try again. There you go. Yeah, give it a whirl. It's pretty straightforward to use. It's a little clunky because every time you start EQ, it's kind of a little bit of a process to get it to turn on, but I'm looking at automating it and make it even cleaner of an experience, but it's kind of low on the priority list. It works, and it was very quickly made. I did it in like a couple hours, so, you know, good enough for now. And, okay, so before I forget, dashboard, go to the activity feed. Is it Stream Elements? I thought I put it in there. Yeah, Sparks alerts. I think this is where it's all at. So the follower alert, I just want to turn off text to speech. All right, I'm going to test it real quick. Perfect. So you still get the notification, you still get the cool Clippy overlay, but you do not get the voiceover. Which, by the way, I need to fix that at some point. The UI to not use Clippy. I need to start coding some cool animations. What I'm kind of envisioning, because I thought it would be fun, is I might create like an animation pack where I'll maybe use GIFs or some sort of, pre-baked video, maybe even like MP4s and MKVs and stuff, where I can play those back both on my overlay. So like when that pop-up happens that has Clippy, I can actually play EQ animations and then, embed some sounds in them and stuff and make these little streamer clips, which is more thematic for EverQuest. But also when I'm like, you see my screen right now, you see the bottom canvas, how it's super empty at the bottom? I want to add a overlay so that there's like a huge boss bar down there that just prominently shows my health, the enemy's health, and you're just seeing like a big combat happening. And what I'm envisioning is I might do something WoW-esque where the head of the mob I'm fighting is imposed onto it, kind of like the, the avatar photos you see when you're targeting a mob in WoW. And then I'll have my face on the left side. And you know what I mean? You'll just see the two heads of the people fighting. So. And I'll probably make a streamer pack too, which does the same thing. Because I have Quail, and honestly, even if I didn't use Quail, I could use this Lantern and take those GLBs and use Blender and just generate the animation tracks. And then I'm not sure if anyone knows a good... Yeah, the problem with loading screens, dude, is that they are modded by the patcher. So if you add custom loading screens, you are going to fight the patcher every time you patch. It's better if those loading screens get pushed up to THJ so that they can, distribute it. But yep, that's totally possible too. So for those that are farming Augs, Elder Flame Protector can drop Augs. So that's why I'm taking the time to kill these two real quick. Like that can drop an Aug. That can drop the Intellect Aug. Yeah. First world problems, Fire. There you go. Perfected Sapphire of Insight. Not a great Aug, but a Aug. Wonder how many I could bypass by just doing some interesting pathing. There's technically a Worm Protector up here sometimes, and he can be one, but he's immature. Yeah, that's frustrating, Fry. What's worse is, unless Overworld has it up, even if I ran over and did it for you, you wouldn't be able to get the turn in unless you could get into the DZ, which you can't because of See, that's a mature. Those are frenzied. But these primevals are actually good. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to tag all these primevals with Soulwell. And I'm going to do it over here because they have a pathing problem. So I can be cheesy. And then when I do want to kill them, I just use winds. And then I just strafe left. And then I'm full health again. And then when they finally make it over, I use winds again. Maybe. There it is. Winds again. I get interrupted. And then I just walk over here. Maybe toss on a couple Soulwells. Anyways, kind of funny, right? I should show this to Trust. Might be a fun thing for him to fix. Let me do that actually. Give me one sec. Because, you know, I'm in such a stressful situation here. Alright, where's screen to GIF? I started it and it's taking forever to load. There it is. Start the recorder. Do it for the front half of the screen. And we'll just boom, 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 boom. There we go. Ah, I clicked the. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that one was that I was. That's like what is that? Boom, boom, boom. I feel like that's like Charlie's Angels or something. Or like Kill Bill. You guys recognize it from my horrible humming? You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, the song's familiar. It's just, I don't know the song. Don't they have a thingy where you hum and it, like, guesses your song? I forget what app does that. Alright, are any of these dropping anything good? Nope. Alright, let's put on some music. We're gonna do it was gonna be, so the hum was like do 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 do. Boom, 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 and it like goes into like a bass thingy. But it was something like that. I don't know if you recognize it or. But like, you know, the is like a guitar. All right. Guess I'll put on defensive. Do some Soulwells. And I believe the Guardians actually hurt you or heal her or something. I'll do an AoE. And then we'll go ahead and target the Faradar dude. And now we can do some AE proper. And let's kill Faradar. Do a dot rotation on her. And debuffer, improved, frenzied, focused, wins. Boom. Kaboom. Boom. And then we can just single cast Sunstriker her. And that's like 26k. Oh, she's pretty resistant to my fire. Oh, Lifebane hits pretty good though. So I'll do Lure of Ice and yeah, that's doing like 50k a tick. Lure of Ice and Ancient Lifebane. And then I'll do some AEs. Kill off all the ads real quick. Come on. Oh, I'm out of mana. Let's do a Death Bloom, Warlords. Just do a Rage. I can probably finish her off with this Rage. The Rage Oralos is doing like... Oh, her repost is giving me some struggles. Whatever. Do another Wind. Kaboom. 41k. 65k.
Enraged.
34k. And a Sunstrike.
Enraged.
Eek. I'm actually a little bit in trouble. Actually, oh, she's resisting my heals. There we go. Much better. Done. All right, so we got a robe and
Enraged.
I don't know where my Helm of Ryle went. I'm pretty sure I deleted it on accident. Well, not on accident. I literally just didn't bother. And there's some Primevals in here, so I'll loot those up. Primeval is the other Ogg dropper, so... How much are my armored protection Oggs going for, by the way? Well, Enchantards are a minimum 12k a piece. And what about my Gemstones of Health? I'm going to get a lot of these now that I'm switching gear. Let's see, Gemstone of Health. Oh, you can't control shift them. How much are helms? I don't want to pay 10k. I can do it every day. Every day. Is there a way to export bank item info with Sprinkler? No. Sprinkler is just a log file parser. But there is, what is it called? Dump or inventory? What is it called? There is a way to dump items. And I forgot is it export? Thank you. Output. So when you do /output, you can output things. And I think if you do inventory, that'll include your bank. And that'll just put it into a text file on your directory. What am I switching my gear to? Solus asked. So I used to have really, really high AC and hit points. And I still kind of do. I'm still at like 3k, but I'm losing AC Ogg, so I'm probably down a grand or so. And I'm switching to max my spell damage. So right now I only have 522, which if I have both of my epics on from Wizard, That's 580. So it's only a 30 difference, which honestly, if I swapped Augs, it might make more sense, but because, you know, I have 18 spell damage just from Augs, and that's with a weapon that had no spell damage normally. And this guy, I don't think I'll take out the AC Augs just because of the bypass. It's really hard for me to swallow that. I'm hoping I can get 750 spell damage without that. But I need to get every single slot moved away from Gemstone of Healths to Abominables. So there's a lot of them that I need to go farm. And then I'll slowly get my prismatic scales on the bottom slots. And then on the top slots, I'll put all of them. The type 1s will all become intellect Augs. And we'll see if I can hit the 750 spell damage. You gotta love my earring though, huh? You like that, Broken? And same with my weapon. They both have double stacked intellect Augs. I have a few of them. Like, I think I have another legendary on my offhand ear. And I think my boots, I have another intellect Aug. So they're going up. I got a lot. I should put it on my robe, because my robe actually has pretty high spell damage. So like if I put this guy onto this guy, and then just put this in for filler, there you go, 64 spell damage. Yeah. So in Kunark, what I was doing was I knew that an Aug was inevitably going to come. Or not an Aug, a Combinator, right? Like he'd been teasing about it. So in fact, I have an extra Combinator. But I was collecting regs. People were putting them up for like 1,000. And so I've combined, for some of my enchanted ints, I actually made them through like for like 4K. And then I have a few stamina Augs right now. Yeah, I got 3 reg stams, and I got 3 reg agis. I haven't had much luck with the dex Augs. And anyways, that's kind of my plan. These guys are enchanted. I could put those in, but I'm probably not going to bother with enchanted and just go for legendaries. Potentially it makes sense to spend the 20k to make these into legendaries if I get 3 enchanted bombs. But anyways, I'm pretty sure before Lucklin I'll have 750 spell damage. I'm just not sure what I'll be sacrificing for it. I could do the math, because I'll get, what is it, 20 spell damage there, which will put me to what, 560? If I get the other earring, that'll add probably not a ton. It'll just give me an extra slot. These Yhanam earrings are actually pretty solid. I am working on an eye patch, or Bloodshaw eye patch. I forget how much this ends up being though. I think it's the same, and I think it even has the same slots. I have 20 on my rings, bracers, and so, but you figure, let's say that I put a type 1 in every slot, right? So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17 times 4. So that'll be 68 spell damage if I just reserved every type 2 og for that. And that would put me, what, 6, 7, 8. That would put me at just under 600. Add another 40 for my helm. That's 640. Or is it 20 or 40? I thought it was 40. Maybe it was 20. Yeah. So that'll be 620. So I got to find another 100. Probably the only source is going to be intellect dogs, which I'm already borrowing for my current stat. And I could always swap, worst case. But I'd rather not. I'll probably just need to get intellect dogs, or I could just put normal bombs in there and get another 17 times 2. That's 34, so that's 90. But see, I'm still about 70 off. I think I'm 70 spell damage off. I don't know. It's possible, but I think I'm going to have to need more intellect dogs. Yeah, Virus. And, you know, arguably, like, if I put my Augs into, let's say, my Wiz Epic or an equivalent, like even a Staff of Null, right? Because I'm pretty sure a Staff of Null and a Wiz Epic are pretty close. 10 spell damage difference. What's the other one I have? Staff of the Silent Stars. That doesn't have any. But anyways, if I put these Augs into this, that'll be a 68 spell damage. In fact, if I dual wield epics, that'll get me 750. So, yeah. Yeah, Staff of the Silent Star. I have that. That's what I was linking earlier, right? I just have a reg on, but see, that's only 20. Where this is 50. I think I would have to double stack Wiz Epics to get that missing 100. And that would probably get me the 750. But then I'm sacrificing my my rage clicky. It's a glamour on top of my Buckler of Insight. I'd made it a glowy blue fist. I was looking for shields that weren't shields, and so that's why I tossed it in there. Nope, I still have one, Virus. Thanks. I have a lot of toys. But anyways, yeah, that's my... Obviously, if I have to, I could also sacrifice Sword and Board. That's a big sack, though. But anyways, goal is 750. It's doable, hopefully without sacrifices, but worst case, I'll keep buying int dogs. I like how his warrior epic was bugged just then. That was interesting. He fixed it, though. And he's got good Velius armor. Looks, yeah, on classic you look good. That reminds me, one of the things I want to query the database for is, are there any robes that have a different material type so that they're not cloth? I'm going to have to look that up. Similarly, like this was me looking things up to make this shield. So I'll have to look for, I could do it pretty quick actually. Maybe I should go do that real fast. Let's go see. Yeah, exactly. Mango. So like Gebs, that's a example of a plate item that's usable on cloth. Is netted kelp considered cloth? I thought it's considered a leather. It's not that I need a full set. What I'm trying to do is put something in this slot. And the problem with this slot is it doesn't, like, for example, netted kelp. How much is a tunic? 200 plat? Okay, I'm going to just buy one and I'll show you what I mean. So if we grab netted kelp and we look at it, okay, it looks like all, right? And of course, when you put it on, it has the badass leather look. Yeah, exactly. It looks dope. So now we're gonna go to the bazaar. It depends. It's fine, Archidon, if it's a one-hander, but if it's a two-hander, you're going to be missing out on the double proc mechanic. And the same with bows. Okay, so we're going to take the netted kelp, and we're going to spend 5k. And then we're going to see if it fits. It does. Perfect. Good call. That's exactly what I was looking for, was how do I make robes not look like robes? Do they have legs? Nobody has them for sale. Maybe I'll go shop for those real quick. Netted kelp's easy to farm. So if the price of netted kelp goes up, you know who to thank. So netted kelp, what does it drop from? Isn't it like all of the sirens? I really just want legs, but maybe gloves and bracer too. Yeah, so all the Nereids and the Bolthars that are enthralled. So I'm gonna share a photo with Ashram. So has to be enthralled. Okay. So enthralled and okay, rampaging, enthralled, and all the Nereids. So this guy can drop it. What's his drop rate? 1% on most. The Nereid Maidens are the best. They really don't. Dude, why? They don't really benefit from sympathy healing, other than like buffing, simp healing, triggers from like I'm trying to remember, like twitching, stuff like that. but it's not great. Is it all the enthralled? Yeah, these are all dropping at 1% of the time. So bring them. Well, let me kill him first. There's my bracer. Probably want 2, but 1's enough for now. You're enthralled. You're enthralled. You're enthralled. You both are enthralled. A pretty good number of them. Looks like the one over here is. And here. So each of these have a 1% chance to drop them, which isn't bad considering the quantity. There's a veil. I mean, those imperfect diamonds. Oh, netted cap. Help cap of the weaver. I didn't recognize that. A weird drop. Alright, so enthralled entrance is pretty good. Let's go hit. Guy on the walkway is a dropper. Even this entrance mob's enthralled. This guy's enthralled. There's a lot of them actually. It is nice just already to not be wearing a robe. And once I override the graphic of my pants, it'll look even better. Probably good to get boots too. Get a full set. And I might reset my dyes after. And just wear some classic netted kelp. That should look pretty good actually. Now does this path over... Yeah. Now these are Siren Enchantresses. We want Nereids. These are all Sirens. So this is a waste of time. Bismack is leather, and I don't know if you can put that graphically. Oddby. I thought Tismac and Nereid are actually 2 different visuals. There's the Shimmering Sea Spirit. So those guys are enthralled as well. And well, I'll just kill them right here. I'm getting enough pulled. Oops, they're kind of weird. Come on. I still want to make like a mod for my my little add-ons so that it does sound for me. And probably just have it where it makes sound maybe on the death of a mob only. That could be pretty good. Because that'd be kind of satisfying, right? Just to hear like just the simplest of sound every time a mob dies. And also do like a buffering system. So like when there's a bazillion of them, instead of like breaking your eardrums with like, you know, like this huge burst, it would create like a buffered queue and it would play the duration based on the number of mobs and just have like this like sound of water or something. Because I could do that. I could create it where the sound generates based on the queue size and it just has a little bit of a delay so that it can queue up before it plays the sound. Well, I'm not really using Gina, so these crests are actually pretty good money too. This guy actually might be a decent... Do these sell? 6 plat, hey. Money. They're mostly custom coded. Might as well loot all. Those prayer shawl things do, or they sell too. Okay, so the Nereids are over there. I think they're left. Where is that? You have the Sirens, and then you go down here, and then you have Nereids. I think they're all underwater. I might connect to them by coming down here. Because I want those Nereids. They all drop kelp. I just come out here? Can I come out here? Not easily. But I'm pretty sure they're underwater on that other route. They're under the Sirens? Okay, so I go back to the Sirens. And then I take and I fall underneath them. Some other shield graphics I found, by the way, include I found an ice cream cone that you can use for a shield slammer, and I found a dagger. Obviously, there's a few of them. You hate the grotto? So you fall down here. I feel like this is just taking me back to... Oh, here you go. And then down here, there's a bunch in there. Cool. Come forth and die. That one goes down the main route, and if I flip around, I go into a little haven. Is that what's happening here? I feel like, isn't this where I was? Yeah, I think I went the wrong way. But that's alright, I got a few on me. I can kill these and probably... All I need is legs. It does, Friar. You just got to be careful. If you get too high of Simp Strike or Simp Healing, it's hard to get the spells that'll trigger it. So it's kind of a balancing act of getting the right level of Simp Healing for the level of the heal you're using. There was a belt. And... there's boots. I just want legs. There's another pair of boots. Alright. So I guess go back down the main route. You meant by the Nereid zone in point. Dude, these sticks are so annoying. A little reed. There's a bunch of enthralled in here at least. Now this is... isn't this the... No, it isn't the waterfall escape. Why am I not seeing this path? Oh, it's over here. Okay. This is back to the main entrance, right? Yeah, this is the zone in. So then we go east. And then I think east here takes you around to the Nereids. And then don't fall down, right? Don't go down the main path in the center. Instead, well, you have to, right? The sirens guard it. Then you have to go down here. Boop, 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 boop. And then go here. And you can see this way. Then we're getting a bunch in there. I think that's what you meant by main entrance. There we go. No, you're all good. I wasn't in a rush. My memory of this zone is not great. It was a very dangerous zone in Era. Okay, and you can get down that way from here too. And I recognize this area. This is over on the other side. Ooh, slippy slidey. All right, let's get him to a nice little comfy corner and do some earth-shattering kabooms. Do the Nereids come out of the water, by the way? Or did I just lose them all? They seem aggroed still, at least. So I'll go grab them here in a sec. But yeah, it's pretty good money. There was some ruined old boulders that dropped. Interesting. I need to also code my gold in earning overlay. That'll be cool to show. Okay. So the Nereid are in the water, I think over here. Yeah, there they are. They're all just hanging, waiting for me to come back out and die. What is my soul well hit for? Good question. Let me kill all these and I'll I have to go to spells. So these have the best chance to drop kelp. All we're after is leg. When you look behind you and there's just corpses, there's my kelps. There's my legs. Alright, so let's do a soul well, and we can watch the numbers. So, first hit, 272. 284. 296. 308. 1,974. 332. 2056. 356. 2137. One of these things is not like the other. 380. 2176. So just under 2200 when it crits. Nice. But I mean, what's sad is if I just chain life taps, I do 1800 or 20,000 in like no time flat. So, but it doesn't heal me as much. It does actually, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so Bazaar back. Let's gate. Very cool, Fire. Are you doing the spike draw? So this is lately what I've been doing with my UI, and as it improves, I'm really hoping to minimize it. But you saw what I just did there. When I want to look at numbers, I have all these window boxes I can grab. No worries, Antelius. Thanks for lurking. And yeah, the infectious cloud trick is pretty nice. I have mixed opinions about it, mixed feelings. I like to be lazy, and it doesn't allow me to be very lazy just because it can hit me. The what? Spike draw. Use life spike and life draw, and you alternate between them so you can get the cooldown. But all right, so we're gonna give you this 5,000 plat, and I get the disco. And then I put them on my feet. Now I get a bright green pair of pants, which is weird that it's green. Oh, my bad. And then let's go ahead and do bracers, I guess, and boots. So boots, maybe just sell. They're both enchanted, so who cares? Done. And then I don't know if I got gloves, but I did get bracers somewhere. No. Those are fallen spirit bracers. It's fine. I'll wear plate. But I thought I got bracers. Oh, it's up here. Netted kelp. Okay. Netted kelp. And I forget if it's the left or the right that takes prominence. Oh. Doesn't like it. Oh. Wait. Why was it? Huh. It was fine with this one, but not the other. So if I ever feel like it, I can get the gloves for a full set of Viz, and arms I need as well, right? But that's good enough for now. You said left? I can't even put this in there anymore, which is interesting. But cool. Let me see if I zone, if it fixed my dies or not. Nope, I got green pants still. I wonder if that has to do with the native look of Silver Chain. Like if I put on, do I have any other legs sitting around? Yeah. So if I put burlap on, And then if I put this on it, is it green? Yes. So there's something fishy with this when it comes to overlay color. Because, you know, my legs are supposed to be blue. And if I hit reset, or what is it? How do you turn it back to defaults? Is it just white? Yeah, it's because of the blue. See, now I look right. So I need 4 of the now impossible to obtain prismatic dyes, which I have somewhere. I got a ton of them. There you go. Just grab. Okay. Oops. It doesn't know that I have them anymore. So let's just restore everything. I mean, if I really felt like it, I could like color it. I think though that the native color of this actually is pretty good though. You know? Alternatively, yeah, let's just do it that way. Let's fuck that. All right, now they're still fucking green. I think it's just a bug. You want me to test Tizmac? Is it the glamour Tiz or is it just normal? Okay, wait, where'd you put those? You gave it to me and I thought I accepted it, but honestly my gear's so, there it is. These are normal. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, the question is if I dye them, I'll go pay the 5K to test real quick. But I still have an issue where for some reason the overlay is turning it green. I assume you're cool with me selling this or converting this. But like, yeah, if I put the glamour stone on this, it's still green. There's some weird bug going on. Because I don't have dyes applied anymore at all. This is all native color. Well, let's see if Tizmac works. Unlikely having to do with my robe, though that is interesting observation. When I put this on, the ornament gets applied after. But we'll find out here with the Tizmac. So here is my normal legs. Now if I put Tizmac on, it looks fine, even when I reapply my robe. But then if I put on you, it's green. So it's just something to do with the enchanted kelp glamour stone. Do you have the BP? Do you want to parcel it to me real quick, Oddby? I mean, I'll go buy it or farm it, but whatever. We're just testing. Oops, I sold a bunch of cat patterns on accident. All right. clean up the inventory real quick. I mean, that's pretty good money. I'm not recovering the amount I'm spending, but all right, let's check out your parcel. Thank you, by the way. So first, let's do it before putting it on. So we'll just take the Tizmac and put it on, which, you know, Tizmac looks good. I don't mind the Tizmac look. And we already know, though, that netted kelp, you know, it looks fine. But I don't think it looks as good as this on with this combo. So I'm going to go ahead and try Tizmac. Pretty sure it'll work, but we'll find out. There we go. Cool. I'll keep the netted kelp arms and stuff. I don't think it looks bad. And even the boots, they don't look bad. I'll probably change it over at some point, but it probably doesn't look as good on Luclin models, but whatever. At least I'm not wearing a damn robe. You prefer the assless chaps? The only problem with the assless chaps is they're green. See, I get green ass. And even when I restore it, it doesn't fix it right. So I love that I'm putting a freaking shirt into my pants too because of the silver chain graphics. Hey, Broken. Yep, I think that looks the best. So now I am a Necro Wizard warrior wearing leather. I'm trying to remember. Do you think where's a good place? Like Sentry Armor had a really cool graphic too. I wonder if that would work. A lot of money just to burn on this, but oh well. So if I go to Cobalt Scar and then evac to the entrance of Sky Shrine, there will be Sentry Armor off the lesser crap. And oh, thanks, Abro. Let's take a look. Oh. I put the Luclin model. Well, no, that's you in classic armor. Or classic model. Did you maybe paste the photo wrong? Oh wait, that was somebody else linking it. Maybe you put it here. Yeah, I just look like I'm in leather. That's funny. That's fine though. So pretty much all this crap can drop Sentry Armor, I think, if my knowledge of classic EQ is proper. And they all scowl at me anyways. Oh. Apparently Oddby added me to this group. Okay. Well, there's the shrine key. The Guardian robe. Yep. So there's Guardian legs. So I'm definitely killing the right area. Hoping for the BP. There's sentry armor. Guardian is plate. But it might be a good test. I'd rather get the BP though. Bladesman BP would actually have the good graphic as well. So that's Bladesman. Let me think here. Where's the Guardian legs? EQ log parsers in the way. Top row, no. Bottom row, there they are. So this is what Guardian looks like, which, I mean, honestly, it looks awesome. I do like the Velius plate for Dark Elves. I think it looks really cool with the flames. Oh, dude, that's huge. The prismatic scale of healing. That's a great AUG. Dark Courier just got one. But I don't know. Okay, so let's put the legs back on. And the Antrix is in the bazaar. Where should I level him? Probably DN. Or we could do hate. Hate could be fun. I haven't done hate in a while. Hey, Yeet. No worries. I don't advertise much. Who's all here? 4 players. It looks like mostly spawned, so whatever. Oh, did he just join the DZ or is he here? Oh, there he is. All right, let's go. All right. I got my Simp Strike on. I should check for the Eerie chest real quick, which doesn't look like it's up. Wait, where is the Eerie chest? My brain is not computing very well. Yeah, I think the Eerie chest is over there somewhere. Anyways. Okay. So, as to where, kind of a debate where we're gonna run to. Let me do a small poll to start, just to kind of get my feet wet. I should ask No Chef to give me my haste buff. I also have my clicky robe. I'm kind of curious on it. Like, is it ever worth it? Let's see how much it hits for. You can't use that command right now? Oh, it does like 5k. It just has a super long cast time. So, whatever. Anyways, let's give this a whirl. Oops, he grabbed aggro. And he grabbed more. He's fine, as long as he doesn't insta-die. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty comfy against this shit now with my gear. So, I'll go kill the rest. I'm specifically talking about the Enchanter Epic Click because it gives me a 0.1 second reduction to all my spells, and that just adds up when I'm AEing, you know? But that's all. Oh, that's right. I need to fix my tribute as well. Since they broke it, I should go work on that at some point. Okay. So when I do a big pull, it'll probably make the most sense to put on some soul wells, make sure I can survive it, do the big kabooms, and yeah, in theory, unless the Zem is super high in DN, this should be competitive. We'll see. Good to use Furious. We'll see. Honestly, I hit so hard that as long as I can channel, they're dead. They just insta-die. Not even a question. I've trivialized Hate 2.0. You can use what's called an unattuner medics, but it costs a lot. Yeah, it's not bad. It used to be sold at the donation merchant. It may still be, but basically there's a if you go to Apocrypha in Bazaar, you should see it there. Oh, did they take it out? Do you know, is there a new version of it, Malik? I haven't unattuned anything in a while, so. Oh, so it's 50K? Oh, it's cheaper then. All right, let's turn on rage. Oh, my eye patch is done. I'm not sure what I'm leveling next. I'll just put this here because I'm in the middle of a poll. What chest am I using? I'm still using a robe, but then I switched over to some visuals that I don't look like I'm wearing a robe. Oh, he's actually a little annoying. Let's see. How does rage do against him? There we go. Look at those crits. Boom. Kaboom. Boom. Boom. I get him? Yeah, I got him. Yeah, I'm using the Vulak robe. And then I put a visual on it with Tizmak. So 64 spell damage on my chest. Yep. Okay. So my mask currently is 30 spell damage. And it's now 30 spell damage, but more stats. So that was a bit of a wash. I mean, it's both two Augs, or both have one Aug each. I get True Sight, See Invis, 150 mana, 150 hit points, 70 AC. I won't put enhanced health into it anymore. What other items do I have to level? I think I'm close to done. Did I take my arms out? Yes, they're no longer used. And white scale. Dragon boots have Augs in them I need to take out. I have another pair of silver chains that I can put somewhere. Don't know where. So it can go on my shoulders. That's a really hard sell though because of shawls. And arms obviously is non-competitive. Back. So my back has 15 spell damage currently. It's, man, look at all those hit points. 400 fucking hit points on that. That's pretty nice. Let's look at my hit list for back. So for back, a Cloak of Piety is 24. And then is the Shroud of Vishon 24 as well? Yeah. So the Shroud of Vishon is the best. You're saying because it's one slot? True. With Cloak of Thrones having 2 slots and naturally 15 spell damage, I could actually take some of these and make it higher spell damage, or higher, yeah, spell damage. You were saying Piety has 2 slots? So Piety has 2 slots, 24 spell damage, while this only has 15. So I'll probably want to get the Piety. I think I had one. I might even have one still. I'm bad about that. Nope, I think I trashed it. Yeah, if you don't mind broken. Not a big deal. Gear to me is eventualities, inevitabilities, I guess. But yeah, if you have one and you want to parcel it to me, I will wear it. Apparently it's my BIS for my build I'm trying for. I showed Lady Nev's Cloak of Thorns as a possible BIS. I mean, this is an amazing stat item. I just don't have enough spell damage. And I want as much spell damage as I can get. No worries. Thanks, dude. Oh, I already actually have a Shroud of Vishon sitting right here. So that's 1 slaughter. So the 2 slots you're going to be giving me is awesome. Yeah, when I was... So originally I was like, when I hit when I hit Velius, I'm going to go tank mode. I'm going to have shitloads of hit points and I'm going to be the god tank. And that was a good tactic and everything, but it was... it's not as important as damage to me. Because what I'm learning is I'm now static grouping with my buddy who has Cleric Enchanter, Bard. And so mitigation of damage is not a problem. He is more than comfortable healing me. Instead, what I need is to kill mobs faster. And the best way for me to kill mobs is basically become a glass cannon. I'm an exploding tank. So I just sit there, take all the damage, and I blow them up while I do so. And yeah, I was really, really high tank mode for a while there. However, it was too much. I'm just sitting there tanking things forever because I couldn't AE as, effectively. So that's why I'm swapping. And once I hit 750 spell damage, I'll, balance in tanking. So now I'm min-maxing all my gear for that. All right, so we did growth, VP, Palm, Tav, sleepers. Well, and Siren's Grotto, I was just fucking around in. Gear-wise, I'm still sitting on these silver chains. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure, other than shoulders, which I'm actually tempted to drop, because I can always put them on if I need it for a fight. And instead, wow, the Shroud of Unlife is pretty damn high. Yeah, I think actually the Shroud of Unlife is the highest spell damage builders you can get. Is it a 2-slotter? Yeah. So even though it's going to give me negative charisma and stamina, this ends up with 26 spell damage. So I'm going to level one of those up. What else? Going back to silver chains. In fact, I'll level this up before my BP. So shoulders, what was it? Arms? I think those are going to be the best. Thorny Vine. What? Why aren't these coming up? I had a bug with some of my arms things. This is definitely BIS for arms. And then back, we established the Cloak of Piety is best. So I was going to use for shoulders broken, Shawl of Protection. I'll keep that in my bag, probably with the HP Ogs on it. And I'll switch to Shroud of Undeath. Shroud of Undeath, even though it has negative stats, ends up with 26. The only thing that beats this is Shadow Knights. You can get the Pearlescent Pauldrons from Airplane, and that's 30 spell damage. That's right, Virus. This is part of the Blade Epic stuff. Not Blade Epic, but that's right, Abro. Anyways, I'll level that to Legendary. What other slots were we looking at? Arms good. Back's good. Wrists. Camis is technically BIS. And I'll probably replace these with Camis if I ever get any extras. And that'll add another 20 spell damage with 2 pieces of it. So that's good. Something to look forward to. But I'm not in a rush for that extra 20. Range is still Marsinger's. The Wand of the Lava... No, that's not in anymore. Yeah, that's it. For gloves, Ancient Shashar technically are better than Duvasirs. Which fucking sucks because Duvasirs are so redonkulously good. But that's 18 and I get 40 with the aged Shashars. Yeah, but see, that's only 30, dude. Oh, you're right. That is better. Shit. Well, that's an extra 10. And an extra slot. Do we have any dagger destructions? I got a Vengeance dagger. Yeah, Malik. So here's what I'm thinking. I want 750. I want to cap it. Then the moment I cap it, I'm going to look at each piece and go, okay, what can I sack spell damage for to get stats on? Because goal 1 is to cap it. And so I'll be sacrificing this stuff. Yeah, if you're down with that virus, I mean, I can even just look. The truth is, I'll be getting everything I'm talking about. I'm not really like worried about any of things I'm saying. But yeah, you can get a dagger of destruction for 100 plat. I'll just buy one. Unless you want to throw me one virus. Either or, I don't care. I have 2 in my parcel. They were dirt cheap off the bazaar. I can send you one over there, like 100 plat. Of you just leveling or not. Yeah, I mean, I don't care leveling. In fact, here, I'm going to just buy a legendary for 300 plat. Did you say you got legendaries for 100 plat? Or what versions are yours? Yeah. Yeah, if you want to go do that real quick, if you're cool with that, I'll tag it. And that's just one less thing to level. I'll wear it. If that's what you got it for. And that'll put me at... How much is it? 30? Okay, so that's a plus 10. It's going up. Slowly but surely. Now, okay. So I still need to get one more ear of Solcist. Head, I need to get Crown of Ryle. Face, I'm good. Chest is good. Neck. Let me double check what I said for neck. Necklace of the Peak. Is that in game? Or Pendant of Cryptic Omens? It drops off the Unlife Shashar dude. I knew the Omens is BB, but I'm asking about Necklace of the Peak. Does that actually drop here? I don't think it does. It might be OOE. Yeah, it's out of era. Here, I can show you real quick after I pick up my parcel. Thank you very much, dude. You are appreciated. Let me put in that dagger. Well, I mean, it does hurt my spell or my resists, but they're pretty high going. I did, Alex, but I might go back to my Age Shashar, which unfortunately I may have deleted. Let's see. Yeah, see, I got Pauldrons of Fancy in my damn bank, which is like a waste of time. But then, where's my Age Shashar? I think I deleted. I have a tendency to do that. I even have a crown of the Kromzit King sitting in here. And I think this was like to be sent over to a merchant at some point. Ugh. Ugh. Anyways, yep, I need to get a Age Shashar. So any sane person, I would say, go for Desirs and don't mess with H Desar. But in my case, I'm trying to absolutely min-max spell damage, more or less. And I'm not doing rational decisions. I'm literally trying to get to 750 with like everything. And then once I'm done, that means I gotta go do Kunark. I don't care. I'll go do Casey. Unless the Age are going for decent money. Ancient Shashar Gaunts. Actually, they go for pretty good money still. I should be farming that anyways. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll put on every single spell damage piece of gear I can. And then the moment I hit 750, I'll look at each gear piece and be like, okay, if I sack 20 spell damage, how much more, stats do I get for that? And then hopefully all of my gear choices in the future, I can maintain 750 and only mod the get better gear pieces, but maintain a high spell damage. Yeah. Why aren't you dying fast? Are you like resistant? Yeah. But not resistant to kaboom. And it was poop. Yeah, I'll keep doing Age Shashar, Ancient Shashar Gaunt farming, and I'll also look for Baradar. I also need to do my fear clear every day. Seconds. In fact, you guys haven't seen what I can do in fear now, right? You guys might get entertained by this. I've been able to do this, I think, since Kunark. I want to say I could. Usually I go snipe Draco just so he's easier to loot. Speaking of, where is Draco? Oh wait, am I in the normal world and I never started the DZ? Yeah. There's a lot of... Actually, is he up? I think CT is up in Overworld. That's fun. I thought I was in the DZ, but let's kill the zone. And then we'll do it twice. Hello, CT. Would you like to talk to the Lord and Savior of Spike and Draw? Or would you rather talk about Frenzied Winds of Gelid? Come on. Let me channel. There we go. Well, hopefully I don't die. That'll be embarrassing. Yeah, I might need defensive. The full. I can kill that, by the way. I don't know why I messed up so bad. I think I underestimated. Planes. Here. I just got to be a little bit more on top of starting with defensive, making sure that I properly explode and keep them killing without getting all of them on me. Let me see if I can recover it though without a burn. As long as I can explode them on a shot or two, it'd be okay. Even with them up close. Let's see. Come on. Oh, I have nothing targeted yet. Well, he's dead. But yeah, I fucked that up again. Which sucks because now that he's dead, I can't pull the whole zone. But I'll do it twice. I go take his body, I'll go do it in my... And then my cooldowns will be up, and then I can do another burn after I kill Draco. Okay, where is his body? It's... Well, actually, it might be a pain in the ass to find after zoned one. Let me think here. I guess another tactic I need to do, because I'm going to get canceled a lot, is Soulwell. Yeah. That didn't go so clean. Problem with Soulwell, though, is I don't get... They're all going to die so fast. Anyway, finding a body after you zone, I can use... Granted, I did kill a bunch of the zone. Oh, there he is. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just evac. I'll kill Draco. And then we can actually kill the whole zone in one pull, potentially. Okay. So I think the most important aspect is I need to make sure, oh, I could also take advantage of ward as a fallback. That might be smart. Nope, no shroud. Or showl or whatever it's called. Okay, so this time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna give these photoplasms some soul wells real quick while the zone starts coming. Then I don't have defensive up yet, but I do have ward. And now we're gonna AE. And Imperators. Put on an army. Do improved twin cast with prolonged. That'll take out a good chunk just with that. Now, there should be a significant number of them dead, which will help me stay alive for the next wave. Okay, hit a Warlords. Come on, there's Gelid. Hopefully they don't cancel me. Perfect. Now we're in good shape. At this point, pretty much I can just spam taps while I wait for cooldown, and they don't have enough damage anymore to kill me easy. Unless I can't channel. Come on, let me channel before I die. There we go. I'm actually keeping Khazad-dûl up because he'll keep, keep aggroing them, even if I do flop for the ward, but I didn't flop. That's normally how it goes for me. It's not too hard. There's a couple dicey points, like right when you first engage, but there's the zone. Good call out on those. Call out on what? But yeah, I think everything's dead now. A few random straggling mobs apparently didn't aggro for whatever reason. That happens. Depends on your build, Fire. But yeah, you should be okay. Here's the trick. Is it up? Is your DZ up, Fire? If I'm streaming when you do it, just let me know if you have issues, and I'll join your DZ. Cool. So I should be around. Honestly, if you have issues, just OOC, can someone help me kill Nagi? And I bet you'll get plenty of volunteers. But, yeah, good luck, dude. Yep. What is your build? Like, what is your classes? Okay, so Paladin, Rogue, Berserker, your biggest challenge is going to be healing. I'm assuming you're 50 and can't go over. So you can't get... Can you get the Legacy Akesha heal as a Pally at 50? Because that would probably be pretty nice. No, it's 52? Okay. Obviously get the best simp healing item you can that triggers simp healing. And I mean, I'm trying to think what strats he could use with that build. Just kill it. Yep. Another strat you could potentially consider, Fire, is kind of the opposite, which is using low-level heals and being able to spam it sometimes is more effective than using high-level heals for the mana cost. If your healing amount or your heal amount stat is high, it can potentially do that. Is the synth healing on a ring? No. Do you not have a synth healing item? So like here, a Testament of Veneer, or what is my Simp Healing? Yeah, Testament of Veneer. This has Simp Healing 3 on it. You see that? You want an item that you click and get a buff with Sympathetic Healing, because that'll basically double your healing if you don't have one yet. That would be probably your reason you would struggle. It's because you're basically doing half your potential in healing. You can look it up online, the Testament of Veneer. It's actually a pretty easy quest. You can do it at like even level 25. But, I mean, there's other options. There's tons of options, honestly. If you just search the, what I would do, hit up the wiki. And if you go to Equipment Guide, there's a listing of every simp item. And you don't want to go too high on simp healing because there's a level limit on each one. Unfortunately, it's not documented well. But like, for example, Prayer Shawl is a healing item, but you can't use that as Paladin. So like, let's say Sharkbone Warhammer, and then just search for it in the bazaar. So you can get one for 1,000 plat or 6,000, or an enchanted for 650. A little pricey. Okay, what about a Sap of Piety? Not for sale. Okay, what about a Dragon Totem? Not for sale. What about a Battle Staff? I don't think this is the right one. Not for sale. And then Testament of Veneer. Does anyone even sell this? Nope. That's interesting. You could probably make some money with that. Simp 4. Springwood Club. So an enchanted version of this is Simp Healing 4. You just got to be a little careful because like 4, some of your spells may not trigger it. But like there's 7k for ready to go. Right, that's literally what I just searched for, was the Idol of the Underking. Why isn't it letting me paste this? Weird. It was earlier, now it's not. So like Pauldrons of Piety and Shield of the Protector. So the Shielded Protector is 1500 and has a Simp Strike 5 clicky on it. Or you can get a reg for 15 plat and level it up. Anyways, that's kind of the idea. Definitely don't scrimp on the simp healing. If you have none though, I would just get like, what is it, the Fine Steel Battle Hammer? Warhammer. So you can get one for 450 plat, and that's a simp healing too. But if you are hurting on money, you can also go hit up the Testament of Veneer quest, if you don't mind doing some groundwork walking around. But if you don't have a simp healing item, I would grab one, learn it real quick, make sure it triggers whenever you do a heal. And once you have that reassurance, Nagi fight should be eons easier. Because you got the damage, you got the DPS, you got triple nearly classes of DPS. You just lack probably sustain. All right. So what I'm going to probably do is just sift through my items like this and sell pretty much anything that sells with just like one last double check before I sell it. And then when I'm done with this pass, I'll do another pass where I either destroy or auto inventory and essentially move it onto a second stack. And that should speed up my general management of inventory. Yeah, money isn't too hard if you take the time. It just comes and goes very easily, especially when you buy a lot of shit. But when you clear all of fear and almost loot everything, you get lots of little money items. Okay. So next, we open it up like this and we just do this. Destroy. This one, I think we can go ahead and get. Is the Necklace of Wonder? I feel like it could be good. Thieves' Head, probably destroy. Yeah. Deep Slaughter. So Simp Strike 5, not worth. What do you mean, medics? Simp Strike, you should max Simp Healing, you should be a little conservative on the value just because you can over increase and cause an issue of not being able to trigger on your normal heals. Okay. So when I finish doing all this, the next thing I need to do, go fix my tribute. This actually turns into a Simp Healing 5 or 6 right there. Okay. A little cleanup needed. Not super horrible, but took some time. Okay. So next, let's toss some of this stuff into here. I'll keep those on me. This is probably going to go into the to-do banker. Well, actually, I don't need a to-do banker. I should be just transferring these to him. I don't know why I like having the Drums of the Beast, but I do. It just scratches an itch I have. The bard in me. So what the hell is your dude's name? I think I wrote it in here. All right, so Gihaji. There you go. Okay. That's it for him. The rest goes in the bank. I'm going to probably start collecting these Augs and putting them into a new slot. These are basically I took them off, but they're still good Augs. Which I have a lot of now. And then I'll probably put the I like this piece, but I can't wear it stuff over here. See, like silver disc. No. Brittle bone. No. Now these should have been trashed. Okay. Much cleaner. I'll actually pop this on until I get the other one. because even though I lose an AUG slot, I'll get that back when, if you remember Broken, hook me up with that Cloak of Piety. Okay. Is there an item that sing a bard song and don't have to be a bard? What? I don't think there's any bard clickies that are non-bard usable that play songs, if that's what you mean. Like you can't click Nature's Melody or what are some other songs on a gem or on a bot? The Harmony, Blade of Harmony. There's a sword from a North Tav that procs. Okay. So, the next thing I do is fix my attribute. Because I lost all of it. Pretty sure I have improved damage on. I need Affliction Haste. I don't need item haste. Don't need hit points. I think I have improved damage still. Honestly, I don't remember now. Might have lost it with the Searon's boots. That might be good to have on. Burning Affliction. Spell haste. I'll just get the shit I care about. And if I have it, great. If I don't, oh well. Yeah, probably fine. I don't even know what I would do as a secondary. Hit points, which I don't even have room for. Perfect. Yeah, John Son's Whistling War Song on a robe. Yep. Technically, your Whistling Fists also do it. Don't they have the clicky bard song? Okay. So, bank is clean. Inventory is now clean. The bull, does this even sell? No. Who was it? What's your in-game name? The person that's doing quest stuff? Or is going to do Nagi? I'll send you this bull. If you ever level it, as the note says, if you ever level this, it gives you a pretty high level simp heal. The problem is, I don't know if your simp healings will trigger on it, but you can experiment with it if you have item leveling power slot room. So let me level up my shroud. And I can go half-ass kill. What time is it? It's midnight? I'll do about an hour and then I'll stop. While I'm sitting on this, let's work on figuring out why Shinspark's broken. I think it's still broken though. Yeah, see, I don't get the IP address. This might be a visual bug, actually. let's look at that device list. Let's print it out. So you can see there's actually a number of items that are listed. Is 19, okay, so we got 169, 172, 192. But the network adapter that is my 1000 is not listing. So this is usually called I219. It's this guy. But for some reason, the IP address isn't getting listed. What we can test is we'll actually change the label name to just be the device name. And then what we can do is this. What this will do, oops, why is IP? Yeah, the string is wrong because that. All right, so now you can see the Ethernet adapter, but there's no IP address associated to it. That's not too overwhelming, I think. But I'm not most people, that might be, but regardless. Okay, I click this one. And now if I con something real quick, and then I cast, it works. Yeah, whatever that bug was. Yeah, let me, I'm gonna probably go do some DON for a bit. Okay. So we're now going to go ahead and run over to DON, DN. Is this guy killable, by the way? He's got the invol. Too much regen. I can't kill him even though he's invol. Does he drop anything though? Let's check. Valmont. He does drop generic. Not worth killing. Anyways, I'll be cleaning up this stuff this is actually a good opportunity with somebody in the group. I could also test the info bar and see, I would love to get recount to be group aware. Just that the packets that group sends is actually really shitty. We'll put the info bar here for now. Okay. See, I don't like that bug too. It's still doing it even there. Nope, still doing it. What the hell? Anyways, let's go do some damage. Hopefully he zones in. Perfect. And we have a level up item from Reg. Oh, it's already enchanted. I won't be here very long, I think. Hard to say. I do really want to work on getting my enchanted, or this info bar working. I think that'll be really cool. And I don't think I'm very far from like a prototype. And then I can start working on a framework and see if we can find, what I'll probably do to start is just auto-generate a reference database or THJ. And I'll probably cut a release that is just the info bar for people and maybe the spell bar. And probably call it like EQ Codex. I'll probably just reuse that naming convention. And then the other feature I would probably put on that is the TomTom system, which technically all I need to do for the TomTom system is keep up to date to your current spawn location, you know, where your entity is. And then you can just set coordinates, make it really dumb to start. And it won't even tell you where the mob is. It's not like a show EQ replacement, but instead it'll just take you to a location based on it, you know, whatever's been provided, because that alone is going to help out immensely. Maybe later I'll make it inventory aware. So like if you say, I want to do my epic, it will scan your inventory and say, it looks like you're at this step of the epic because you have this helm that drops for this step. And, you know what I mean? Does that sound correct? And if you say yes, then it'll continue from that step. I think I could rip out a prototype of that pretty quick and easy. All right. Are we about time to kill all this? Egg GPT, EQ GTP. That's funny. I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque, by the way. I'm pulling like everything. Yeah, some variances of what I'm talking about existed. Come on. All right, screw it. I'll kill it all here because I can't get up the steps. Hopefully the dudes up above don't clip weird. Hopefully they can path down here. So you can see I'm doing 40,000 DPS right now. Oops. I'm having issues hitting these. There we go. Okay, a lot of these mobs, oh, there they are still clipping, I think. Let's back off. Let's see if we can fix it. I usually just hit my Bazaar AA and back button if I'm stuck somewhere. I also turn off auto crouch because it's more painful than helpful. Or I should have it off. Honestly, I may have turned it back on at some point. Yeah, turn off auto duck in the future. Because it's frankly more annoying than helpful. You can use Bazaar and back in the Bazaar. It'll return you back to the last place you used it at. Alternatively, oh, there you go. Cool. Oh, I lost Simp Strike. Okay. So, things I wanted to fix real quick. I want to do a little bit of an improvement with the info bar. Specifically, I need the title bar to go away. That's an easy add. Pretty sure I have the scaffolding for it already. All I need is the viz invis thing, which, where did I put that? I think I put it under, like, report does it. There's a method that takes the title bar and, yeah, set edit mode. I gotta expose that. So in the info window, oh, I already have it. I think it's just not being called. Yep. What? Okay. So now we just get the title bar. Good. Or the contents, not the title. Now that we got that going, the next thing we need to do is figure out item notifications with the info bar. So right now, when you pick up an item, while this is running with a capture on our device, that's annoying. I'm having to do it this way, but regardless. Let's grab this gnarled staff. When I pick this up, there's a packet event that's a move item. And I don't know if the gnarled staff is actually being inventoried properly because he says type inventory. Yeah, I don't think move item is context aware. So we'll test that real quick. Because the encoder for move item is just the move item struct. And the move item struct is just a from and a to. So it's just a delta. So in other words, for this to work, I need to be able to capture the inventory packet. And I thought we were having some issues with that. So you can see here, I have a car inventory packet that I'm capturing. But is it already repopping, or no, those are just stragglers. Car inventory is only sent during a zone, and a zone event. Okay. I'm pretty sure this thing was giving me some strife. Let's do a quick sanity check before we zone again. So car inventory is correct on the offset. Let's double check this is a unique offset as well. It is. Let's also verify that it does truly get called. During the client process of bulk send inventory items, which is called by I did this earlier, but I'm just recapping it. Yeah, handle OP zone entry. So the moment you do a zone entry, you're going to start getting all this cool data. We could actually add another packet for zone entry. And we run this. Start a capture. Zone back in and out. We get a huge chunk of packets for the zone entry server. And we get no bulk send inventory packets. Oh, we do. We get it right here. The problem is we're only getting 2 elements and it's empty. I feel like that's a bug with car inventory, but we are getting car inventory, so that's a good sign. So, okay. So we just got to verify our inventory. In fact, what I'll do is a quick little hex dump. And then we'll zone back in. Through here. And back in. Okay. Which of course puts us in the wrong version. That's fine. We'll get 2 packets. But notice we didn't actually get the event. Really? Interesting. Why didn't we get car inventory? Also, the car inventory we got was empty. Maybe I have to do it from care select. Let's test that real quick. So we're going to go to character select, and then we're going to log back in. And the question is, do we get the car inventory at zone in or connecting as a fresh client? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what events can I capture to get context of like item inspects and other types of interesting info. Okay, so we logged out, no session data. Okay, we're logging in. And we set the encode keys as we zone in. Already in game. And we did not get the event. So that car inventory is not triggering properly. Because normally it looks like this. I even have a test. And yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Why is the car inventory test not even triggering? We have T-skip on it. All right. So yeah, normally this asserts and has elements. In this case, though, it's not even reading it right. I call you, okay. I'll explain my logic. So the reason you are being called Alex is that is the evolution of my brain associating your original character's name that you first identified as in Guild, which if you recall was Axe. So Alex is how I eventually started calling you after I saw Axe. So please don't be insulted. My brain just associates and goes like, you know, I saw you first by a piece of wood, so now your name is Log or something, right? And it's usually pretty hard for me to, forget the associations. Just be happy you have a name and that I recognize you consistently, because you can associate the misidentification of you, even if totally off, if it's persistent, as a recollection of grouping all of the experiences we've had together, even if it's just chatting. So you can say that, like you can call me Alex, but I'll tell you this, it's going to be hard for me to remember your real name from a quick blurb like this. You know what I mean? Like, don't be surprised if I don't remember the name Alex and call you Axe or Burnt or Axe. It's not ADD. It's, at least on the stream, there's a lot of people to remember names of. Like, if you asked me what Funk's real name is, and I've known Funk for, man, I can't even tell you how long. I think I first met him 15 years ago, give or take. Maybe, okay, so I'm pretty sure I was playing The Hidden Forest, and I was working on my version of that in as early, my server after that in 2016. That's 10 years ago-ish. Probably 12 years is probably safe to say. Hi, Zach. Thanks for helping me in the new lifestyle. You're welcome, dude. I'm glad it's... Is it going well still? Just remember, you have relapses or there's those days where you're just like, you know what? I just can't stand it. Remember that one day of like cheating is not the end of the world. It's kind of inevitable to do so. Not a failure, not even a problem. The fact that you're actively attempting to fix stuff is huge. So, just keep it up. You know it. I was trying to go down here and my brain couldn't do it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the soda removal alone, Fanar, is going to be massive to your body's, metabolizing process. And then as you're adding other things and removing other things, I should say, I've noticed I actually like crave greens now. Like I not just feel fulfilled, but it's like good. Like one of my go-to snacks is celery with peanut butter. Like so good. Didn't I DZ add you? Oh, can you? I accidentally, because I zoned, or, I logged out, it messed up the leadership. Anyways, that's like my go-to, is you just cut up some celery and then, because like peanut butter has pretty high protein. There's some sugar in it, but honestly not much, especially compared to like a Reese's. So like it isn't bad to eat sugar. Like you don't have to be like, it is the worst thing ever, fail. The bad part of sugar is when you're eating things that are like 90% sugar, but don't feel like they're 90% sugar. Like an Oreo cookie, right? That's a classic, essentially you're just eating sugar with some sort of baked good mixed in. Or Chips Ahoy, or yeah. Am I levitating? Is that what's going on here? Yeah. There we go. And thank you, Burnt. You're gonna be Burn. Hey, Burn. What is that from? Who goes, hey, Burn? Hey, Burn, did you hear about? That voice, I think of two different people from the 80s. Hey, Burn. That's right. Funky got it. It'd be Ernest. But it also sounds like fucking Beetlejuice. He said Beavis. But yeah, there's that one too. All right, I guess we'll AE here. Kaboom. Wow. Dude, I've been having horrible luck getting those. So grats. You haven't seen the Ryan Gosling Beavis and Butthead? Yeah, supposedly that's a really good skit. Nice. I don't think I have. Can't tell if these mobs, I don't think they're under me. Oh, there they are. They were under me, and they were just waiting to glitch. Let me move a bit, if I can get more out of the ground. So yeah, one of the challenges I'm having with the MQ info, holy crap. I like glitched in the ground and my whole screen just became nothing. It was like super zoomed. Getting a little hurt. Look at those numbers. Okay. Good enough. And my shroud is done, which is a huge hit on my resists. We're talking 465 to 377. And all that for 26 spell damage. Man, that hurts. But honestly, it's not like I'm using resists a ton. So I'll test it. That's cool, dude. I guess that was a big pull then. You got 50% of an item level on a Valseer robe from one pull. I mean, technically, if I care about resists, I can use my actual self buff resists, but I don't normally even bother with that. You figure I will reach my 750 spell damage, and then once I reach it, I'll start sacking things and just seeing what I can do to balance and tweak my build to retain 750. Yeah. But right now I'm 555. And I mean, my resists aren't horrible without Skyshine armor has clicky fire cold buff. Yep. You mean this? This also stacks with everything. Soul energy. But yeah, you're talking about the quested armor, right? So self-buffed, I can still get pretty high. I'm up to 417 cold. Unless I missed a click. I don't think I have my mount on, which gives me 50 CR. But anyways, yeah. Back to this. So we still have an issue where we can't pivot a item ID. I would love to make it work with packet requests. Or, you know, when you inspect an item, that would be cool to see it on. Also the loot corpse one. I mean, we can test that real quick. I mean, I had a bunch of bodies right there. I can go find a body. Capture Ethernet. I need to automate this so I don't have to do it every time. You know, set up a config and an auto load. Is there any mobs up? Or did we kill it all? I think we killed it all. There's a couple stragglers over there. Okay, so we got capture going. I still need to fix the melee. You see this? So melee events are happening, but my recount isn't showing it. But when I nuke, actually that's not showing it either. So that's another thing I had to fix. I don't know why some of the events aren't being tracked. Okay, so now when I hit loot, I get 2 item packets. And then what about when I loot an item? This is giving me spawn looted 281, spawn looting 518. I don't see an item ID in here though. Item packet read. That doesn't give me much context. Interesting. So item packet normally is saying, oh yeah, item packet read is not informative. Why is it not sending? You know what it is? Item packet read's working. However, my info page isn't getting the event. So item packet read is failing the packet, is what's happening here. Okay. So in other words, this reader is failing and then getting ignored. We can do a defer function here. And then items. Yeah, I don't like having this implied. Okay. So we're getting some trash up. I'm gonna go kill some of it because I want the packets. Give me your packets. Okay. So, of course, he didn't drop anything. Hopefully you drop something. Okay. Again, I'm not seeing the item packet request. Okay. So there's our error. This packet is actually misaligned. Let's just dump the data. And then I can work on it So whenever you loot, this is what's getting sent to you. And you don't even see, that's cool though, because I think I'm getting all the data I need. Where I can now take this dump. We can close this out. Accidentally closed Crit Sprinkler. Got a weird issue where it will prioritize itself as the rightmost app. I don't fully get why that happens. Stay your lane. That's not your job. All right, so crits. Wow, I think I have enough copies of Shindo. All right, so Shin's Spark EV. We have a packet dump. And we have an issue where when it's parsing, I actually want to decode or fix this as well. The during item ID parse, which is probably during deserialize. Yeah, dude, I need to clean this whole code base up, which sucks because look how many lines there are. It's not even done either. Yeah, you can even see this is the era where I'm iterating. Okay. So it tries to read this and it fails at 1. I think it's after the first iteration. And I'm pretty sure these are fixed length files. This is a combined packet, isn't it? Says Spirit Touch Phase Fighter Thorax. Spirit Touch Spider, part of a phase spider that emanates. Oh, this is the whole ID dump. Nice. And so this means I'm going to probably refactor this, which is going to take me some time. But let me do another clear and I'll work on it. Essentially, I'll use one of my packages I wrote after I wrote that called encoder decoder endec, ENCDEC, and it lets me shorthand all those error checks. One issue though with it is it has like a look ahead assumption. So technically, it will be harder to debug afterwards, but it's going to be a lot cleaner line-wise. And I bet you what's happening is the packet that's being sent has multiple lines or multiple item entries in it. And because I have it on a loop and I'm not decoding the entire struct, that's where the issue's at. It's basically from half-assed work. So I'll go ahead and fix that, complete the work, and then we'll hit a huge milestone for the EQ Codex project, because I will be able to detect you attempting to loot a corpse, and then I can send database request for every item that's on the corpse and give you a little info page and summarize data about that. Things like used for trade skills, vendor loot, useless. But that info will be up to the discretion of a database manager or a content creator, I guess. I don't even know what you would call them. But the person who writes sorry, I'm not watching chat too much, Funk. Once, I'm going to say, could just make it a big ring buffer if you do that. Could just make it okay, if you do that, Zach, could you shift that towards advanced loot? I would think so. Lost opportunity to call it the magic ring encoder. True. Sorry, I'm like dying in the water, and then I'm swimming in circles, which isn't helping. So let me actually save myself here before I die. That's partly why I'm not paying attention to group chat. Zach is spying on all our loots. That's right. Well, more like I'm going to empower you with the information I'm gathering. And basically revolutionize EQ. Because one of the biggest headaches of EverQuest is item collection and knowing what to keep and what to destroy and what to sell and what to tribute and what to hold on to for trade skills later. That intel would be amazing. I probably should write a system. You know, I'm thinking ahead with the EQ Codex database where when a person writes the database, they can tag lines in the database to basically state like interests. So like, for example, a tag might be tailoring. So if you're interested in tailoring items, there'll be lines added to the info page that informs you that this item can be used for tailoring, and then maybe like the skill level. So exactly, virus. Or if it's like a 1.5 item that's out of era, just imagine, like, I will probably make a forefront repo, and I'm hoping other people will help me contribute to it. I'll just make it where you just edit the site, you know, it's a GitHub repo, and I'll probably make it open-ended where pretty much anyone can contribute to it. I might even write like a little website that you put in an ID number or an item, or you can search for an item. Okay, wait. Where's fucking Levy? How am I levied? It's one of these. There it is. I hate Levy. I'm like, okay, I'm sitting here staring at all these buffs going, why can't I go up this spot? Anyways, I'll make a website and you just submit a liner into the website, and I'll take that submission and then inject it into my wiki database. And then that wiki database will auto-generate. And then anytime you start up EQ Codex, you have the option to keep your database up to date. And essentially, the baseline of EQ Codex alone would be worth its weight in gold. All the other features I'm adding, you know, are just bonuses. And it would be hooking onto things that would work with all RF2 servers. So that means if I make it where you can like select repositories, you know, like inside EQ Codex, you can say like, I want to pull from, and then you put in a URL. I will request that URL and essentially pull down the database and then keep you up to date with it. And then anytime someone updates it, you automatically get, you know, updated if you want to opt into that. And you ultimately just have a live database. And it would be cool to write a system as well where when you're in game and you're just experiencing it, you can write feedback where you can help contribute to a person's repository. You know what I mean? And the repository just basically makes it smarter and smarter. In my case, I'd probably take a database query and create a baseline, and then players can go through and essentially give feedback and improve all the stuff over time. But yeah, if I can fix the item move command, I feel like, or even the item inspect command. If I can make it where if you inspect an item, I get that context of the item ID and then just look it up on the database. And then I can do the same when you loot a corpse, where when you loot the corpse, every item is just like listed with usefulness. That'll be a massive milestone and foundation for the EQ Codex project. I really should just make Burnt and Funky pull everything to me and just run in circles, and then I just blow them up. You just, you know, I'll eat my caviar and have my little umbrella lemonade, and then you guys just bring all the mobs over and I blow them up. I like that idea. So we got some Chitaris that are stuck in the wall down there, and they're just bouncing back and forth. They don't know how to get to us. Shouldn't they clip? Like they literally, oh, there we go. I just had to hold still. Hey, Show Fox Quan. There you go. I was going to call you Snow Fox. Yep. Yeah, how you doing? I think you're a first-time chatter. So here's what we're going to do. Do I actually have a seek command? I thought I did, but maybe I just use rseek. Yep, I just didn't recognize your message. Sorry, it looks like Virus, you got flagged for sex-based terms. I'm too lazy to figure out how to unstop that, but I was going to see if you did a first chat or not, but cool. Anyways, let's evac. If you don't want evac, I'm sorry. I hope you looted what you needed. And if not, you can run back. Did Funky not come with us? I thought it would port him too. I guess he was too far. Anyways, we're going to work on this real fast. So we're just going to go string ID, and then we're going to say decode string fixed 16. Then we have to do any of this shit, and we don't need the error anymore. And then now we can do the item ID decode. That's fine. And I don't know if we're going to fail, though. Let's actually not fail. Let's just print the failure and then continue. And then actually break out. So I can just get as much data as I can. Okay, and then item stack size. You don't need to return anything for that. Item unknown 4. See what I mean? Item slot. Now item slot is going to do a deserialize call, which constructs an item slot, which again we now just do Yeah, and I can clean all that up. Now, we can print this out. Break out of the loop. And then we'll just salvage as much data as possible from this. The only thing, I guess seeking's fine. This says read string. I don't think this is a fixed string. This is a 0 string, so string 0. Then we seek, and then we append. Yeah, so in theory, this should work, assuming I don't have all my offsets right. Serializing, we don't care about right now. Okay, let's test this. We're missing a return on this. Okay. So let's go internet. Let's go back in the game. Go grab a spider. Ooh. Give me stuff. Give me corpses so I can loot and get the notification on packets. You have nothing. You are a waste of my time. Okay. There we go. So it didn't message when I did that. Why not? Did I miss something? There we go. So second item, parse error, invalid syntax. But see, the item should still come over. It says it's nil though, so I probably didn't finish constructing the item afterwards. Okay, so we have every item index. Let's close this. I just got to clean up the loot. Okay, so we have item. We have items. Item is going to be shifted. I need to construct this inside of here because otherwise it's going to be instantiating every time. That's why we're not getting the append proper. And then we return it at the end. Items that are going to be a slice based on the item side. Okay. So capture, loot an item. Nothing, but there was nothing on it. What about this? There we go. So do item D parse ID failure. Second item parse ID failure is trying to get this, and it was, which is right that it is wrong. But even with that failure, it breaks out. And it should return a 2-element slice from deserialize, which means probably in the item request code here. Let's just do this. The length of items is greater than 1, 0. No. if the length, why am I only returning the first element on read? Item packet can have multiple items. Let's just fix that. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I'll read your messages. I'm in the mood, or in the groove. Okay. So when we add this, we are now getting an item packet. The information, there is an item data now. Okay, so we're actually printing junk now. So when we go to info and we look at the actual dump, RESP has all this junk we don't care about. All we care about is the item data. Let's just do this. We're actually going to rename this because that drives me nuts. Okay. And then let's dump every item. Cool. So here's the Ethernet cap. Oh, no, dude, you're all good. I'm just saying, sorry, I'll take a second to talk. I'm in the middle of figuring this out. Perfect. So look, you see on the bottom line, it says item packet. It has the item ID, the stack size, the number of slots, the name of the item, and apparently, I don't know what second means, but it's apparently the lore item data, and then ID file fails. But regardless, we're getting item info now. Cool. That was the big milestone I was just about to hit. And looking at that. Anyways, so Show Fox, doing good and maybe a first-time chatter, but I've dropped into watch before. Right on. Well, you're welcome. Not gonna lie, side reason showing up because friend kept saying you had a neat UI setup in game and was curious to start looking into such things and slim down stuff on my screen. Yep. So I have 2 versions of UIs that I currently have out. One of them is called ShinSpark. I have a 2.0 of it, which is what you're seeing in game. You can access this. All I did was some small UI cleanup. You can see the blue borders and whatever. What I'm trying to do is create a cohesive UI that interlaces with these projects I'm working on so that I can do these overlays and make it look like it's in game. So, yeah, everything I'm working on is always like work in progress just because I'm like ADD and I'm jumping between projects constantly. But, yeah, I mean, feel free to check it out, use it, borrow it, steal it. I don't care. It's ultimately the Sparks UI, just like minified. Even my layout, which I know is an absolute mess, I actually did it the way I have it because of wanting this center area to be ready so that when I do highlight clips for like YouTube Shorts or TikTok, I can just capture the game and not worry about the UI being in the way. Because when you're watching it on a out of context clip, this data is like useless to you. Like they don't even know what this stuff means. But if I just had my character, you see what I mean? That makes more sense. I am planning to create, probably through that overlay, a big health bar meter here. I was going to use the in-game UI, and maybe I will still, but I think it's easier and I can make it do cooler shit if I do it in my overlay UI. And I'll just render a big health bar here. Anyways, some stuff I'm working on. Right now, I'm actually working on a context info thingy. And I did actually hit a pretty big milestone just now. Because what we can now do is we can say item dropped, and we can put in item name Just do that. And what that'll do is now the next time I loot an item, boop, and if I come back in here, item dropped, gold etch reinforce rod. You can ignore all the rest. Even the number of item IDs was technically incorrect, and that's because I'm not fully done with that. I have to do a look ahead that's better for multi-items. Anyways, but that's cool because this now means, at least with corpses, we now have the ability to make that info window have context of what you just tried to loot. So even before you select the items to loot, just by having that window pop up, I can see that data and tell you an informed decision of, is it worth is it worth picking up or not? And I actually get all the data I think I need to tell you, like, sell value, stack amount, tribute value, and if it's no trade, which in our case it's never no trade, but you know what I mean. On other servers, being able to know if it's lore, because those are indicators of, is it a cash item or not, you know? Because I can put that in built in and not necessarily have to put that as a burden for other players to, you know, put in the content DB. Anyways, yeah, that aside, if I con a mob once, I'll get the spell bar too. Which is nice, because it doesn't look like I'm just sitting around like I normally do. Because I'm almost always pressing buttons. But you can't see it unless my cast bar is up. Because most spells don't actually cause a spell bar. But like, I basically play a bard. If I'm not clicking something, then I'm slacking. I'm tabbed out. So how's my BP coming along? I'm already enchanted. That's the only problem whenever we do these item leveling runs, Funk and Burnt, is it doesn't take me much to max my stuff out. So most of these runs are pretty short-lived. It doesn't help too that I finished all my AAs. So my AAs are capped, which means my item leveling is even faster. So it means I have to do even less of it. But I'll get my Bladesman BP up. That's actually technically an upgrade for me. All right, wait, where are you? You only have one item to max at the moment. I've already maxed my robe, or my new shroud. And forget what else. I actually leveled up before our fight. Some other stuff. Nice, Fire. Yeah, you're probably gonna have no problems. My shroud isn't that great, to be honest. It's just that the spell damage is amazing. You should get this. Like, almost everybody wants a Shawl of Protection. The only reason I'm even hesitant, I'm just trying for 750 spell damage. And so I'm getting min-max every piece. But like any sane person, you'd probably want the Shaw protection. But sorry, the Fury Shroud of Unlife, it has about a 4-hour repop in Sleeper's Overworld. And it just pops when you go down the first set of like winding stairways. So you don't even have to like farm anything. You just run through those halls and it'll spawn a Spectre. And that Spectre drops that item. And it usually drops like 2 or 3 at a time. It's part of the Blade Soul quests. Yep. In Sleeper's Tomb. Only Overworld. If you do it in a DZ, you get Sleeper Tombs 1.0, and that item doesn't drop there. Anyways, I'm doing 25,000 DPS. Yeah, they're not bad. I think they're still lower without the oops, sorry, one second. I'm having that issue where a lot of these mobs are stuck in the ground and I can't hit them. All right. Why? There we go. I'm like, why aren't I healing? There we are. That's better. They're super easy to kill if I can hit them, but they're pretty hard to kill when they don't take hits. I think it's still necessary. But yeah, if you're having no resist issues, then you're good to go. My brain, it's like, resists are king. But then again, I have a bard that I group with all the time on anything that matters. So, yeah, it's just the heroics of it, which is only 20, roughly, or 18. That's not horrible to lose, but yeah, I like being basically unresistible to everything. Like, literally, I have to ask other people what's hurting. Like, oh, you got feared? Oh, okay, sorry, let me war cry. All right, so let's see if this works. We're gonna loot here. We have one item. And there it is. Is it there? No. Try a different one. It is not picking these up. Okay, item loot. Now I'm getting loot item requests, but I'm not getting item packet data. Weird. So I got 2 loot item requests. Something is borked. Like, I should be getting packet events here. But I'm not. Why not? That's very weird. Oh well. The other question is, if I inspect an item, I don't get an event either. Ugh. Let's not dump the data. Let's just say item packet. And let's try this again. For some reason, it's not reliable. There we go. The item packet is now working. No idea why it stopped earlier. Now, if I inspect an item, no packet happens. This is still the old data. That one works. Spirit Face Thorax. Spirit Face Thorax. Golden Edge. Yep. Get a 2 item. Oh, that's a 5. So that one, the event never happened. Did it? Black Marble. Wait. Item event. Item dropped Black Marble. Oh, and then it failed on the Gold Edge gear. I see. So each event is printing Giant Batwing as an individual item, which is fine. I can code around that. But I still don't get the item request packet, and I still have a lot of noise to clean up. And it stopped working for some reason randomly too. The item packet, I think, only ever lists one item. Let's verify that. Because item packet is all over the place. But this is an amazing... So item packet is a struct, which has context for parcel, but normally it's just a serialized item and a packet type. And packet type can be an item, a view link, merchant, trade window, loot, trading, character inventory, limbo, world, tribute. Yeah, a lot of them. Where does item packet type come in? Does this actually get serialized to the client? The send item packet has context on it. All right, so we're getting the item packet. We look at the type. And then for the packet, we serialize the full packet, interestingly, as a string. That shouldn't have any effects with me doing it as a byte slice. And then it creates the struct. Ah, look at that. There's item link view response. But item link view response is the exact same code. That's good to know. And then when it constructs the packet, context is not in there. Is it? No, it's right here. So on the out buffer, packet type is set. So where is this on the struct? Oh, literally on the beginning. So I'm skipping that data. Aren't I? Or no, deserialize them. Deserialize, yeah, the seek is the context. Why did I skip that? That's like useful info. How far will you be able to unlock progression, pop, Laden, omens? So for this server, they currently have content up to Gates of Discord. And their progression's a little wonky. So basically, we're in Velius. After Velius is done, or not done, but the next progression unlocks, we'll go to Lucklin. Then after Lucklin is Plains of Power. And then after Plains of Power, it's Gates of Discord. So like Lost Dungeons and Norath is not part of progression currently. Legacy of Yakesha already came out, actually, in Kunark. I popped him to 73% with the first 3 abilities without using my burns. I imagine it was a lot easier this time, huh? So what is the item packet type? It's an enum. Looks like it's a single byte. I don't know. Apparently it's an int32. Yeah, so that's why this is happening. All right, so item data. is a pointer. This is not a loop. We don't have to append it. All this data can possibly get converted over. I might just take all of that and put it in there. And we're just going to return item. And I could probably get the whole struct now. Hey, you know, overkill's good too. Overkill's good kill. Okay. So with this in mind, I don't really need this to be converted to an integer either. So, yeah, let's just keep this a string. Because that's really what it is. Gonna make my code look cleaner too. And slot will be decoded. I'm actually not gonna return errors. So I guess I'll do it here. Okay. We're gonna go back to the deserializer. Even though this is gonna eat up a lot of time, I can do it between polls. So where's the serialize item function? We saw it earlier. I think it's literally called serialize item. And it's a function right here. Very convoluted with the original version. We'll take this over here. And I mean, I did have it all commented out down here, but I don't like the structure of my original one. File is so freaking huge. There it is. Let's just grab all of this. Open in a new tab. Go back to the top. I might need some reference pointers, but and we split this vertically. So that we have the struct definition here, the file declaration here. God damn it, it's already repopped. I guess that was faster than I thought it'd be. I'll do a lazy pull this time. I won't do a full zone clear funk. I'm just gonna grab the under tunnels, get all those guys, and then just AE them downstairs, and then just gate back up. So if you're coming back, Alex, right? Axe is burnt, is Alex. Adam. Like I said, you're on the stack for me to eventually remember. Is it bad though that you literally like call me Adam and then I'm just like Alex? You know, like deconstructing. Legit though, I'm not trying to troll. That was how my brain worked right there. But yeah, I'm just gonna pull all this junk into the halls here because that's where a good concentration of the mobs are. That's never good, dude. Just get used to be calling Alex. By the way, I got my BP done. Damn it. I don't know what else I need to level. I think I'm pretty much done. I can go scrounge. Oh, I can level up my cobalt bracers. So that the shrink that I never use, I'll level that up for. All right. Junk upstairs. There we go. Anyways, that was some EXP, right? Okay, let's start this deserializing effort. Problem is, I would ideally want this to be context aware. That's interesting though. Item packet loot changes how the slot IDs work. But I don't think that matters. So we have item packet type. It's just an int32. What we'll probably actually do is we will create a const. We're going to call this const based on a type of item packet type. And then I think we can even decode directly to it like that. I think I have to do a conversion, but that's not hard. There. Go get the packet types. I can even just copy paste it almost. Almost. Wait, the equals are fine. It's the colons? Or commas? There we go. Now we have consts, and we know context. Now we can go ID. The problem with this serialize thing is it's building a string array called OB. And OB gets written with like the size of the header, right? And then the header is a pointer with these fields in it. And these pointers are based on the structure of header. This is so C++ of you, you know what I mean? Like, why do you have to make it so honky-dory? Wickum wackum. All right, so HDR is an item serialization header, which is this data. So how am I getting item ID with a skip of 4? This isn't the header being written first. Oh, because unknown 000 is actually the item link. It's a 16-digit based on the serial number of the instance. So, because item ID technically is not guaranteed. but there is an IBS ID later. In other words, if we ever do properly support serializers, it'll jack up this implementation. So, I mean, that's fine. I just wanted to figure out why my code was doing what it was doing. So essentially this, what we probably should just do, I could put header inline, but I do like the data that this has. So this is essentially the item hash, and it is a 17 character string. So I'll just make it a string. All right, so when we decode, we get the packet type, and then the item hash is a 16 string. Yeah, this is actually perfect. And then stack size is next. Okay, after stack size, there's all this junk, which what I can do, Copilot sometimes is pretty good about this, where I can go like, okay, so stack size is implied on here. So next is unknown, 004. And then slot type is next, which he does not know. Slot type and all the slot data I did actually put into a substruct here. But then see, I'm trying to derive data. Zero is normal. That's fine, because I have it correct. So I have slot type, main slot. Why do I not have main slot in here? And then sub slot, aux slot. My naming convention's different. Why is type inventory here? That's wrong. I can already tell part of the reason this was working badly is that the slot data was wrong. They probably refactored this at one point, and so my code is out of date and based on the old stuff. Anyway, so now we have slot, which gets us down to price. And then merchant slot. Yep. See, this is what I want. Unknown 028. Last cast time. Charges. Instance no drop. 44, 48, 52, and evolving. Perfect. This is the header. Which I don't know why that's considered a header. Like the structuring on here is wonky. But with that done, we can go on to, I'm guessing Evo top is next. Let's see, Evo top only exists if evolving item is on. Which, where is evolving item? Is evolving, got it, there's a flag. So, okay, let's start the decode now. So we have item stack size. The Copilot will pick all this up, no problem. No, you don't need to do error. Well, I guess it's okay. Why are you seeking? You don't need to seek. After slot is price. Merchant slot, scaled value. There we go. Now we're in sync. Last cast time charges, no drop, unknown. And the reason I'm doing this is now I can, so if item is evolving greater than 0, then we write that logic in. And all this can be removed. Because I'm just copy pasting some old work for C++. Okay, and then let's go ahead and declare error on the top. And we got to clean this up as well, which is not too hard because we just revamped some of the names. Specifically, we have slot type, and main slot, sub slot, og index. We really don't need, honestly, to do error return on this. Heck, we don't even need the deserial item slot code per se. We may as well collapse this data. Because there's only like 4 entries and it's not repeated. All right. See though, encoder decoder, you see how clean this is for decoding? The only problem is that when there's a failure, it's ignored and just returns 0 for everything else, which I also like because I can do an error check at the very end and be like, you know, error equals decode error. And if there's any error, it'll return that it failed, you know, at a specific offset, which is more context useful. Give me a general idea, because then I can just do a hex dump and, you know, figure out the data. It's really hard to level here and code. Like, time flies. 10 minutes is nothing when you're coding. You know a way to make NPC nameplates from farther away? So the problem and the reason you get the bug burnt is because of we have MQ display on, and you can't disable it. So the thing that makes the mobs have con colors on their, you know, tags, you see like the reason this is white, that is a MQ2 overlay, and it's a bug that you can't see them far away because of how the MQ code does it, basically. Unless they either disable it or add the option to disable it, which they could, that's why you can't see nameplates from far away. All right, we'll kill here again. Let's do a frenzied improved. Racers are almost done. Yeah, that's the Bristlebane neck, which I think is BIS for me too, with the spell damage. How much are they going for, by the way? Yeah, 40k. I'll have to wait for BB to drop it for me. Anyways, now I can continue coding. All right, so we revamped. There's no longer an inventory og or slot. Yeah, all this code is no longer used. So much cleaner. Cool. So now we're up to evolving. And now we understand a little better how this works. What sucks is we can't rely on the Evo, like this lining, because they can change the lining or the order of property setting. So I have to go to the evolving item struct in order to know the real order of these values. And I'm pretty sure we ultimately are just going evolve unknown 001, 2, 3, 4, and then evolve level is an int 32. These are actually 8s. For those that are not developers, oh, progress is a double. Interesting. You don't see doubles often. I'm doing a type conversion. And uint8, it means that it takes up a single byte, and the range value is 0 to 255. And if it was an int8, then it's negative 128 to 128. And doubles, I think, convert directly to a float 32. Activated is a uint8, and evolve max level is an int 32. And then we have 4 uint8s called evolve unknown 02. There's 4 uint8s. Okay. So again, now that we know if the evolving flag is on, do that. Yeah, this thing, so there's a couple ways to do a fixed byte slice. The easiest is probably this. Thank you. Copilot sometimes needs a little handholding, but it's seen enough of my code, it starts to understand things. Okay, so next is ornamentation, which is gross because it's doing OB writes with string terminated, 0 terminated strings based on the hero model. Okay. So essentially, I just got to look for a string fixed, and this would be the main hand ornamentation. But this is only when the ID file is there. And if it's not, it just gets 0 terminated. So that's perfect. So we just go ornament main, the string, ornament offhand is a string. Okay. And then here we just say not a fixed, it's a string 0. So 0 terminated string. Done. Now we're on to what are called HDRF, which is the finisher. So up here, we go copy this. Ornament icon, uint8, 32. Ornament unknown, A1 is an int 32. Ornament hero model, uint 32. And then ornament unknown 63 is an int 32. Copied is, it's just copied uint8. That's fun. Every item actually has an indicator if it was cloned. I didn't realize that on every single item. that could be used for if we ever modded that on the client. Unknown A4 is an int 32. A5 is an int 32. And then we have item class, which is a simple uint 8. Cool. So whenever you inspect an item or loot it or do all those activities you saw early, your client is actually getting sent a flag that basically designates that the item was copied. So it could be either like test copy or maybe a clone. Yeah, like during a server transfer. So it's a tracker to basically signify that this item did not originate on the server or something. Which is interesting that that's behind the scenes in your EverQuest data being sent every time you look at items. Anyways, I think we're done. Let's go ahead and test it. I got errors because cast spell actually uses inventory slot. Ah, shit. I didn't realize inventory slot was so widespread used. I don't like the fact that item inventory slot is so widely used. Technically, I can take these, pop them into this, and fix the error. Oh, that's right. Item name no longer exists because it's part of the hash. So I should dehash as well. But before I do that, let's fix spell. We're not going to bother. I'm going to break the writing of cast spell. Ooh, I don't really want to though. Yeah, I do. I'm going to just ruin it. We'll just kill it. All right. So the reason is that this is part of what I used to do. For my RunEQ, my headless client. And eventually I'll have to reconvert this over. And that's fine. I can leave those blank. It's easier to fill in than get confused because it's not there. All right, so what we now need to do is look up the serializer works, which is apparently based on what's called get serial number. Where's this instantiated? Right here. It returns what's called M serial number. M serial number. No. This is confusing because unknown 00 getting written into these packets, and it only contains a 16-digit value of a hex. So where is the item name coming at? I guess the item name is sent elsewhere. Oh wait, there's all this data that I've not hit yet. Oh, that's the real reason. I'm not done. Why did I think I was done? This is a very big struct. And I know, it's time to go kill stuff, but I'm slacking pretty bad. Let me go do my easy kill real fast. Anyways, yeah, I will I want to finish this struct because once I finish it, EQ Codex is going to be pretty much on the track of being functionally viable because I'll get all this intel every time you look at an item. I still got to figure out the inspect request. That should be really easy though. And it's basically a copy paste of what I'm doing now. And even before you have a database, I think I have enough info now for EQ Codex to at least tell you if an item's viable and worth selling or using for tribute, which in my mind alone would make it worth using. Okay. Do a clean 300K. All right, guys, guess what? I finished my bracer. I am squeezing the bottom of the barrel for things that actually need me to level. Let's see, anything else I got my legendary robe. I got legendary clickies galore. It's an announcements, dude, but it's like 5 weeks from launch. So we're looking at another 4 weeks. This is going to be very, very slow. So you got time to farm those sleeper hogs and farm all that bullshit. The keyword is literally in Alaclone or Alakazam as well. You can look it up real quick. Like, let's see, Alakazam, Milas Anrev, and it's like, I am here to see the ancients. Just say that. And you'll be good. If I can already kill everything, is it worth min-maxing? I think min-maxing would help depending on what you need, but honestly, it's probably not worth it. If you have a combo that doesn't have remove greater curse, you're gonna hate life on some of the fights, especially if you're soloing and don't have it in your group. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Nope, you just got to say that message and he'll turn into a wyvern, and then you beat him up, and then you take his he's going to drop 2 notes that are like a journey log, and then there's the one that actually matters. It's some sort of like quill or something. Anyways, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit up Bazaar. And I want to finish this real quick. Well, real quick to me is hours later, but still. we're going to work on finishing up my item parser. Because I'm up to item class. And then I decided I was done, but apparently I wasn't. Me being overly excited. So item name actually was literally the next one. So item name is a string, which is a 0 string. Perfect. Next is lore, which is interestingly technically numeric, but gets converted. Is lore the lore text? Yeah, I think it's just lore is a string. Also, we can just call this name. Okay, ID file is a string, of course. Then there's always a blank string. Okay, now we're doing IBS for item data struct, item body struct, not irritable bowel syndrome. Ooh, we got a lot of them to do. So we'll copy those IBS. We'll put them in here. And I'm going to do a mass replace. So we're going to take all this. We're going to do that. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to do a cleanup. Though a lot of them convert 1-to-1 from C++ to Go. The only problem is I need to capitalize all the first letters. Done. Apparently price is on there twice. How did that happen? We have uint32 price and then up earlier, so we're going to call it price 2. That could be like an Eldon price or something. Hey Mulligan, how's it going? How's your clearing and stuff going? Is that right? Yeah. Let's see how easy it is to add this stuff. Now that I just copy pasted the C++ over. Just do this, and this will decode the byte stream of the packet into a struct that I can then easily refer to. Classes, it doesn't like the word races. It always assumes it's something racist. So AI is stupid about that. Damage, bane, body, and race amount it's okay with. Rec level, recommended, bar stuff. It's crazy how much data is getting sent through just an item inspect. Each. Sell rate. That's also important. Even though sell rate's typically a fixed value, I can actually project sell value. Well, good morning. What's up with the faction mods? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but anyways, that's all the IBS entries. And then we have tarm file, which is a 0 terminated string. Now we have secondary body struct, which is much smaller. All right, so this is a 6-slice array. Or slice is an array, but you know. Yeah, you get it. What is this type? What is OggSluck? So this just has 3 values in it. Okay. Good. I think we're happy with that. So after ISPIS, boop, boop, boop. Oops, I meant to keep this up there and then use this for this. Like, that's already wrong. This Ogg type shouldn't be lowercase. You all should be uppercase. Thank you. Ogg type, distiller. That's actually perfect. Thank you, Copilot, for catching that. And then there's your Eldon pricing, bag type, weight reduction, and now we're up to book type. Cool. Now we have file name. And now we have the tetuary. All right, so some of the fields jacked up when I did that. I don't think it was enough to break it. We'll see though. So let's see. Floor group to unknown 5. And potion belt. Another thing I'm going to do is any underscore can be removed and then uppercased. Nice. Okay. So we're up to unknown 14. And I believe IOTBS, yep, it just gets sent over. File name here, and then it goes lower group, artifact, yeah. We're good. All right, unknown 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Next is the click effect struct. Done. Okay, this just gets written out, pretty straightforward. These probably should get click prefixed though. Okay. Now we have click name. And Then we have an int32 of effect unknown. Effect unknown is always 0. Okay. Well, it's technically int32. Yeah, let's make it 32. Keep it consistent. The original data struct. Okay, so now we have warn effects. Okay. Easy enough. Right. And then we have warn effect. Then we have focus name. Then we have another effect unknown. And then we have the warn effect struct. Again. Yeah, this is the scroll. Okay. Then we have scroll name. And then we have warn effect again for BART effect. Wait. Cut BARD uppercase. Remove ending. Put in the type. The BARD type is redeclared. What? Where did BARD type get? Interesting. We'll call it BARD type 2. Okay. And then we have the BARD name, but it doesn't ever know it, but we'll put it in there anyways. This will always be empty. Then another effect unknown. Okay, now we have the quaternity body struct. You can tell why I didn't have this done yet. After unknown 20, oh, it was commented out. Fix the floats to float 32. Remove the underscores. You know what this also would have let me do? Is I could write a dynamic item score system just based on inspecting an item. I could put that in the info as well. But probably should avoid doing that. I got way too much going on already. But this direct building is going to be invaluable. Even if it's tedious. Okay. What is this? So we have an integer that's based on the out buffer's position. And it's doing a pointer check. And then it's taking 0, the sub item count. And it's writing it out. It's always going to be 0. So why are we tracking the pointer at this point? Oh, it writes it after it writes all the data. And then it jumps back to tell the sub item count. This is just so it wouldn't have a secondary buffer. Which, I mean, considering how often this gets used, I guess that's a good optimization trick. Interesting this even exists. So is this like a inventory dump? Weird. So what this means is I'm going to have a sub item count, which is going to be based on a uint32. And we're going to iterate based on the number of items. And we're basically establishing sub items, which, what does this data have in it? It serializes the item into OB. Is this a recursive call? Like, aren't I in serialize item right now? Yes, it is a recursive call. Interesting. So this is how multiple items can be stored on a single entry. So technically, item data can return an array. The problem, though, is that item data, why would you have this? Like, when is this used? Let's see. So if the sub slot in has been set, it's going to iterate all the items and write them. And I think this has to do with like bulk sending banker items, or like sending a bag and selling it with all contents. But I don't think there's any logical reason to not just return an array and run this decoder on each one. The only problem, though, is that item packet calls this to serialize item, and I think other things do too. But what I can technically do is we'll return a slice again of items. We'll instantiate an item. Technically, we will instantiate items. And then anytime one of these gets called, we're going to go, because this is the end of the function, right? Yeah. So at this point, we know how many items are in here. So we iterate And every single one of these, we go items, and we literally call, yep. Just like that. Then if an item's within an item with its own item, which is impossible, I would iterate down, I would return all the data back. This actually would be an array. And ultimately, we return items. Vast majority of the time, it's a single item. But because of the sub-item system, the only problem with this design is technically item A can have an iteration of item B and C and D underneath it. So possibly, yeah. No, realistically, I should do this. Sub items, and then have an array of item data. This will always return a single item data still. Difference now is that sub items has a bunch of elements. That are going to be added as sub items. Done. I think that's right. All right, so now this caller does not need to have a million sub elements anymore. Nor does this. And inventory slot. Oh, damn, I was using this all over the place, wasn't I? It's a little gross how interconnected that was. So item slot and inventory slot. Why? This isn't all. Can you give me a side-by-side comparison? Like, instead of showing me, can I unfold it? Or what is that called? Turn off split view. There's like an option for that. Inline view, there it is. Turn that shit off. Because it's too hard for me to read. There we go. What I really want find it. This. Nope. And we'll just put it back. It's not actually used by item anymore, but because it's used so many places, that makes sense. Okay. Now when we respond, we can just say item dropped. Why does response? Oh, it's because it's a string. No? Why is ID not a element in Oh, that's right. Because item technically that. Yeah. Now, when we deserialize item slot during move item, maybe I got to restore that file too. So here, we can restore. This isn't an info, this is an item. There. Okay. We are finally hitting a moment that I can actually test this. I know, long time overdue. Face Shun is +1 to avoidance, equiv to 1% chance to dodge. I believe so. I believe so. I haven't reviewed that code in a while. Yeah, you're good. I was just gonna write it out too, just in case you didn't. Why is response name? This should be name. Why is ID? I think it's because it's item ID or something. Why? Oh wait, it's lowercase ID. It will drive me bonkers. You'll rename that now. ID should never be lowercase. Your eyes. It looks so bad when it. Okay, so now, what's my next error? We're started. Cool. All right, so let's inspect an item. And in theory, well, first of all, I need to fix item response. I might do that now because item response, we now know, does the exact same packet. So it's like item link click response or something. Let's go find that. Yep, item link response. Do I have that? I have item link click, but no. So we'll add it. Item link response. Look for every instance of the word. And sensitive, replace it with response. Because that is the OP packet name. Now we search for item link response. We find the patch for ROF2, and that'll give us the opcode. Pop that into this field right here. Then the actual struct of item link response, we don't know yet. But normally, let's see if we can find it. So item link response is, this is an Eldon review request response, which is interesting. We're using that struct for item link response. Maybe that's a, all right. The packet is identical. So what I can do is literally just grab item packet. There is no 4 bytes of unknown anymore. Take that out. And we can just instantiate the same thing that this one has. Remove all the decoder data. And now on right, wait, no, decode's correct. No, we don't need decode. Okay. I don't think decode ever used. We just want, okay. So here, we're just going to return not implemented. And then here, after we initialize it, we're going to do something very similar to this. We read the prefix, and then we take the item data, we place it in. Technically, we can do this now too. That's right, error is already declared, so done. Okay, so now we need to add it to the array list. Item preview response. Right. Item preview, item link response. Perfect. Now we go back into info. We add a capture for that packet type. Item link response. And we can put the same structure. Item linked. All right. So number one is unknown on item packet, which makes sense because we took it out. Done. Now we capture, fingers crossed. If I inspect an item, boop, nothing happened. No. All right. Why not? Every inspect should be causing that to trigger. So Burnt is asking, if that's the case, then isn't Heroic Agi better than HDEX for us? Since you would get +1 avoidance per only 10 Agi and another +1 chance per every 25, as opposed to HDEX, which is a 2% chance to avoid per every 25. Are you sure it's every 10 Agi? What did I write? Honestly, I haven't looked at that in so long. So if we go to exploration, heroics, or heroic stats, heroic agi, 25 points increases dodge. Where are you getting the 10 points? You're saying, yeah, okay. Avoidance is a stat that's rolled against accuracy. This isn't your stat avoidance. It is not the equivalent. No, I'm sorry, dude. If it was, I would have said that. Avoidance is a stat in the code that is rolled against your 2-hit chance. Dodge is a special evasion mechanic. If it was the same, I would have put it on the same line. Heck, I even said it right here. It's a different roll to dodge. Note, a different roll to dodge. Right. The issue was you were asking me a question I didn't know offhand, so I was sort of guessing or assuming. I know. You asked, is +1 avoidance equivalent to 1% chance? And when I read that, I'm like, I don't fully know where you're getting avoidance, because Remember, I haven't looked at that wiki pretty much. Like I glance at it on occasion. So when you said 10 points of heroic agi gives you +1 avoidance, I'm like, well, I'm guessing it's the same, but again, I believe so, but I haven't reviewed that code in a while. Yes, and also you're just getting side answers, but no, it is not the same. And I actually put that subnote on there particularly for that. Like, it's not even in the same category. Yeah. Anyways, at one point I do need to expand that too, but you know, when I have time. All right, let's see if I can get this. Why is this not coming up? Is it possible it's failing? Is it possible the packet's not getting picked up? Because I would love to get the item link response code to actually trigger. So let's actually do a print and see if I can get this to even pick up. Dead Zergling, I don't know, dude. At this point, I'm working on everything and nothing at the same time. All right. We click it. Nothing happens. So this packet is not being sent according to this. Let's go find sniff, add my debugger line real quick. I would love to see this info. Yep, it's doing better. Okay. So right here, I ultimately run this code. Granted, this event, I think he just woke up half an army of people that were falling asleep to me. Look at how many wear changes we're getting, by the way. Every tick. Boom, 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 boom. Anyways, let's do an inspect. Boop. And you can see that the packet is not being recognized. Heat cannon. I honestly should possibly disable the bleeps because I've slowly become more and more like of a relaxed Twitch where people can kind of just chill and keep me on and not really worry about loud bangs. So yeah. But that's concerning. Why are we not getting this packet? From the looks of it, we're not even getting the item packet event, nor are we getting the... We are getting a bunch of unknowns still, but I actually know that's the op trader skill. I should ID that and just put a placeholder. That's a good question. Where am I going to put it? Let's just double check before I wind up for the day. I'm going to double check OP item list response, which is supposed to happen. When is this actually sent? And do I have the packet right? Did I put 70 D0? Correct. That's definitely right. And this is truly what we want, right? Because OP item link click, this is the packet that gets sent when you click on an item. And that's correct. So Yeet, were you legit sleeping? That's interesting. It's loud for me, but oh, okay, okay, good. I'd feel bad if someone actually legit woke up from that. Sorry, I'm okay, wait. Now I'm curious. The +1 avoidance that you gain against enemy to hit chance. What is the equivalent in terms of a % chance avoiding damage entirely? Avoidance is the AVD. And AVD is a different dice and it's a different formula, and it's a little harder to quantify. It's not like 1-to-1 like the other. But the HDEX thing, yeah, it's apples to oranges. It's two different rolls, and it's gonna be based on factors. Even the reason I can do like the 1% chance with HDEX is just because what's cool about HDEX and that stat, which Agi gets as well, is okay, you're fighting a mob that's level 5,000 and you're trying to hit them or they're trying to hit you. If you have avoidance at a really high level, you're still rolling against their to hit. And because they're level 5,000, their to hit is going to overwhelm your avoidance and you're just going to get hit every time, right? Same mechanic with mitigation, right? If their mitigation is high enough, they're just going to be rolling the highest damage rolls on their dice every time they swing. And no matter how much AC you have, you aren't really going to lower that mitigation factor, right? It's always going to roll high. Where HDEX, right, and the double dipping of the % chance, that ignores the mob's level. That ignores the mob's ability to, pierce your stuff. Well, it only doesn't ignore some stats that come later, like strike through. But no mobs do strike through that I know of until like GOD. So once GOD comes out, there's a counterbalance to HDEX and a counterbalance to HAGI. But even on live, for the longest time, there was a bug where because stat inflation happened so much, heroic decks, specifically parry and riposte, would actually let you able to bring a bazillion mobs and repost them all to death just because your heroic dex was so high. Yep. So even if it was a competitive, let's say 1%, the problem, I don't think I'll ever have an avoidance percentile like I do with the other because it's not as cut and dry, Because avoidance is too deterministic based on the enemy's health or the enemy's stat. And because that number varies based on what you're fighting, it's really hard for me to... Curious, when I looted that and it had nothing on it, do I get an item packet? I'm assuming not. Let's try another mob and see if I can get it. So, like, even if I had those numbers, they would be a situational one and they would never like compare. And, if you ask me which is better, heroic agi or heroic dex, I would say they're good equally. I personally favor heroic dex because I know with my stats and my build, heroic agi has a little less usefulness. But if you have high avoidance, I would imagine heroic agi can actually benefit you more in a tank. Just because if you're at that even ground and you can roll probabilities lower, but I can't quantify it's going to be a 1% increase of outright dodging or anything like that, because it's a different roll, it's a different stat, it's a different scenario. But yeah. Hex dump is happening during item packet. Item packet is dumping the packet right here, and it's making it way too spammy, and I can't tell what's going on. Yeah, I mean, it's doable, but it would be I need more data to give a better percentile, right? Like I can say against Emperor Crush, here is your probabilities. You know what I mean? But I can't do that with, yeah, why can't I loot this? Oh, there it goes. All right, so you can see here. Well, first of all, you can see that item IDs are correct, but the name packet is off. But it did work. So, progress. We're getting closer. What we need to do is we need to put a new line, first of all. All of these actually that are printfing need new lines. But also, I need to find what is the very last item field in item. Because I can see how bad it's off based on that field. So sub items, well, let's get to the first spell damage. Perfect. Let's get spell damage. And if the spell damage is not 0, then we know, or if it's inaccurate, we know the last field is jacked. Okay. Of course, that one has no corpse data on it. And that one, okay. I got it. So, I think there's a cache or something going on where when you go to loot a corpse that you've looted before, if the packet had sent the data already, it doesn't request new one. Maybe though, because something's weird. Where I can't see packets sometimes, like the packet's not being sent. Is it maybe like a misalignment? Because look, I'm still not getting events. Very weird. Might be a bug with my decoder. Okay, so like for example, I auto attack this. It doesn't know it's me. I think if I consider though, it'll now know who I am. Nope. If I loot, it has no idea I looted. Did I pick the wrong device? Very possible I did. E3D6. E3D6. Maybe it's how I'm terminating. I don't know. Very weird how I'm getting like no activity sometimes. I'll have to figure that out later. Well, it's frustrating because I'm not getting consistent data. Okay, see now the combat worked. And then I loot. And there we go. So item 1018 dropped. Ooh. What happened here? Affliction efficiency, affliction haste. That's my tribute. My tribute's coming in as an item. Interesting. I think when your tribute refreshes, let's see, if we go to Alt U. Yeah, so 30 seconds ago, my tribute refreshed, and that comes in as item packets. I think what's happening, and I remember this being told to me before, but tribute is technically items. According to this, affliction efficiency, this item ID, I'm curious. Can we look it up? You see what's on my screen? I remember this happening. So like, this is something Aporia should consider. Working with Tribute, you can actually just create items and essentially make them wearables with the affliction system. Like all of your affliction data is actually here. Like you can look up Tribute data. Like here's mana regen. And it starts at like, I don't know what number it starts at, but 275, 295, Bear Wings, 285, Holy Bright. It might be 294, 299, nope, 298, nope, 297. I guess it starts with mana at 300. What about like 320? That's strength, 55. So this means I could actually dump data about all the tributes pretty easily if they're chronological. Which is handy because you can actually know data, because some of the data on tributes is a bit vague. I'm trying to remember. Oh, like the one that does divine intervention. Ow. Flashbang. Flashbang. Right? Oh, thank you. I'm crashing his server with all these invalid IDs. He doesn't handle certain IDs very well. I don't know what he's got going on, but there we go. Now we're up to spell haste. Which even spell haste looks normal. Here's your burning affliction. And now we're out of it. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, so we still got this weird issue where benefit is being off alignment. What I probably should do, I remember there's a way I can hex dump and make it a packet. I'm winding down here soon. Let me think. To dump the packet, probably the easiest is that I thought my hex dump did it. Let's see, this hex dump, there we go. Let's test it. Well, then get it. Perfect. So what it does is it dumps the struct perfectly for my test. And then what we can do is go into zone server and go to the packet. Test. And this one has prefixes. We're going to add this to the, and we're going to call this THJ pawn scalp. Here, that's it. I don't know what happened. Oh, it's double bracketed. Cool. And then if we hit debug, we have a debugger error in one. So boom, boom, comma, boom, 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 comma, blue, yellow, pink. Why? No. Why am I having issues with it? So you have comma delimited values, then you do comma, and then end of statement. Oh, I broke this one. No? There we go. Okay. We do a request read, which has a defer function with errors, which we can take out. There we go. Okay. So now when we do this test, we do a read write. We don't really care about the write for now, but we can do a request item B name and you can see the error. Why I did that is now I don't have to tab in and out to do testing. I can isolate the packet and go into item, and we know that this is reading in chronological order, and we're getting to item name here, and we're off by like 3 bytes. So we can recap this by going into item struct, the, what is it called? Serialize item. And essentially, we know that item name is right about we call it item name. Too many lines of code. You don't need a fucking 7,000 line file. So annoying. Serialize. All right. So serialize item, ends here. There we go. So we got the function. Now, this is going to be super helpful because of the chunking, but we know that is evolving likely is fine. We could actually hit a breakpoint around here, start playing, and we can see that evolving was 0, which is probably correct. Charges is 0, probably correct. Price 0 for scalp. I thought it has a value. Back size 256. That sounds about right. Let's see. These values are good. Wait, I didn't mean to go in here. Go back up. All right, so we can just walk through this. Copy should always be 0. 255. The copied should be 0. So there's something broken around here. Also unknown 63 should be 0. Not. Hero model. We'll assume it's sprung. This, which is the icon, the unknown 1 is supposed to be set to F. If I had to guess, somewhere in here I messed up. Let's go find item serial. Where's the struct at? What? There it is. Okay, so what did we mess up with? We have the icon. Ah, I can already see it. Because main and offhand. No, wait. Main and offhand's fine. But let's assume those are good. So icon is uint32, int32, unknown 63. Okay. So icon, unknown A1, hero model, 63, copied, A4 and 5, uint 8 is 5. That'll do it. Unknown 5. Wait. Copied is 8. No, these look fine. Try it again. So main and offhand should be blank. Correct. Icon should be ornamentation icon, which is probably supposed to be 0, but it's some crazy number, which is probably incorrect. Unknown A should be all Fs, which technically is not 250. I think we're off already. We may have been off before. Let's check, like, where's unknown 52? This should be 0, 0, 0. This should be 0. Charges. Definitely 0. Last time, definitely 0. One thing that's weird is parcel item ID. I don't see that on my DR. No, where is HDR? Starter header. Okay. So last cast time, unknown 828, instance ID, scale value merchant slot. Aren't I getting returns on these, by the way? There we go. So this is underfoot structs. That's going to give me some headaches to be looking at. We have charges. Honestly, this should be okay, even though I don't know why parcel item ID is not attainable. Like, why is this struct? Is this maybe part of the issue? That I messed up the header files? The og type main sub lot price merchant scaled instance parcel item ID. Last cast time charges instance no drop 44, 48, 50 and evolving is only 8. That'll do it. All right, so we made an error there. All right, that fixes things. Perfect. Go ahead and hit continue. That looks amazing. I fixed it. That was the problem. All it took was too many bytes. All right, let's test this again. Still driving me nuts. I can't see item response packets, but that'll be for another night. That has a pickaxe. Dropped pickaxe, 0 spell damage, and it's item number 13885. We can take out the dump, which would be under info. Don't need that anymore. And let's kill another mob real quick. Boom. Dropped 3 items. Perfect. Exactly as I wanted. Cool. So with that in mind, I now have the ability to display this on the info page. And other than the fact it sometimes doesn't work, which I still haven't figured out why, my guess is it's my packet decoder. It like fixes, or it breaks the encode on load or something. I'm squelching a bunch of errors right now, so let me at least put the status text up real quick, and then I'll go to sleep. Info text can now have sensitive awareness. So what we're going to actually do is say info text set the label to have item name, the ID, and we'll do like sell rate, price, and tribute. Tribute is called favor. All right, it only works on corpses. Oops, sell rate is a float. You too, Yeet. Thanks for hanging out. We're about to see the fruit of my labor, though. So, just saying. Boom, and I crashed it. Why did I crash it? Probably because the info label is not being set properly. All right, info label. Needs to be info text. All right, literally about to show it. Yeet. Even though this isn't going to be like revolutionarily cool, it's going to be pretty monumentous for my brain. Boom. You see it? You see it? So right now though, I need to do a flush. I need a flush where I need to do some sort of thing where it's like last info update and or info flush, and then something where it can be multi-line. So info flush label is added with a new line. Otherwise, we can return. Okay, so otherwise, info flush is 5 seconds. I like it. And set this to label. What this does is now whenever you inspect with a mob with multiple items, boom, you get, you get all the info. Hold on, why can't I grow you? I'm guessing I set the max width on info bar. Anyways, you can go to bed, Yeet Cannon. I'm just, I'm excited that I got to where I'm at. There is a limiter to height and width right here. And we got to make this like 1,000 at least. All right, so now why aren't you letting me resize you? Info window, max size. You know what, I'm going to turn that shit off. Don't know what's causing my shenanigans, but it needs to stop. There we go. I want it nice and big so I can really showcase what I just did. So when you loot a corpse, boom, you get the sell rate, the price, and the favor of any item that was on the corpse. So let's find one with value. Okay. Unfortunately, it is buffering, but after 15 seconds, it'll flush. The price is 0000 on all those items, which is incorrect because the value is actually 1 silver. There was a price 2 though, and it's possible I'm grabbing the wrong price value. So let's just test that. Indeed. Are you using Ebiton UI yet? Or is this all custom? This is Ebiton UI, yes. I've been tweaking the layouts of the 9 slices and stuff. There we go. So now we actually have price. Even though the upper line is clipping on top. But you can see now price 0, 28, 13, 13, 13. That has no value. This has a value of 2 silver pieces, 8 copper, which is exactly 28. And yeah. Let's go find something with tribute. Let's gate and let's go check out, I don't know why when I update the text it doesn't align properly. Let's hit up shit, what's something for tribute I can kill real fast? Probably hate. Because the hate 2.0 shit has tribute on it. It doesn't help that it doesn't go away, but that's all right. We'll even just check this real fast. The no trade stuff flag, I need to figure out. Like, oh, why is it not picking that up? Yeah, for some reason, I get bugs where it won't capture the packet events. And I need to fix that because that is super annoying. But it fixed it. All right. So apparently, according to this, the Icy Wand of Swiftness is going to give 38 favor and sells for 10,000 plat. Which might be right. Well, it doesn't sell for 10,000 plat. 10 plat equates to 10,000 copper. And the favor isn't noted on this. Let's go ahead and see if we can tribute it for 38 favor real quick. And yeah, validate that part. So if this gives 38 favor, then this is already useful. Just to know the tribute value of things and the sell value. I know there's items though that do get marked as sellable, but they are truly not usable or sellable. I'll have to figure out that too. But let's go see. This Wand of Swiftness sells for 38. Wand of Swiftness, 38 fucking favor. We're in the bag. That was a lot of work. It's also cool you get item IDs. Because like I could design it where if you click on these entries, you go right to the web page. If you wanted to look at it. Like I could make item links and shit like that. But yeah, that's a pretty big monument. I think when I open this, it sends a packet too. It didn't though. Yeah, divide price by 1,000. Obviously that requires me to put more work into this because it is very all right, take care, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I think my money code actually has the copper. It's you divide it by 1,000. Basically this. I'll put it in here. I mean, I could just divide it by 1,000. I don't really need this, but I like the laziness of just being able to go price 0.1F platinum wrap price. Why is this? This is an int 30. Yeah, it's course. That's also why. Conversions. And this one also 0.1F P. Okay, let's test it out. I should also find where that item packet gets used elsewhere. Like, oh, there it is. I thought that merchants would come up because the merchants do the exact same packet. I need to do a flush that's faster. But this, would the banker do it? That'd be hilarious. Nope. Or maybe it did and it's buffered it. See, I need to figure out a way to, if info flush is before 5 seconds, we'll make it like a second. But hey, now I can test it just by looking at a merchant. I don't have to go loot items. All right, so we get all the junk. Which, by the way, this is all the junk. Every item he sells. So, like, I just learned Tolonump's robe is 2,400 favor and is priced at 2 platinum with a sell rate of 15. How much does that actually end up being? If I, like, click on blood infused. Okay, so this is actually 167 or 176 plat, according to this. And the sell rate is 50x'd on the price of 3 plat. But it gives 70 favor, 720 favor. See, the buy rate is some weird formula based on your charisma and then like the price. But there are impacts to sell rate in here of varying amounts. So it is good I'm displaying that, but yeah, I gotta do the math. Yeah, 30. It's a huge help. So like, all right, so here's Tolonump's robe. Or actually, let's go look at this black sapphire because it has a sell rate of 1. So the price of a black sapphire is normally 175. I'm at 176 with 311 charisma. The sell rate is 1. Okay. What about, well, bone chips are free. What about pearls? I thought this was Pearl. Item Pearl. Pearl. Maybe because it's an item I can't use.
R32 just subscribed.
Hey, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. I'm trying to find a pearl and having struggles. How did it put up a pearl if it's not there? Huh. Okay, what about a peridot? Peridot is 10. Yeah, see, its sell rate seems to impact buy rate too. Wow, Burnt, you might be correct. So Burnt said, you're even seeing items on a vendor that exceed the vendor's inventory limit. It's very possible that the server's like, hey, we got this item. And the client's like, I don't know what you're smoking. There's no item. All right, let's go check another vendor. Let's do Bag Virgin. Boop. All right, so what I'm looking for is like, this has a sell rate of 2. So Archlich is on here. And with a sell rate of 2 means that he is selling it for 22 plat because it takes the base value and it times it by sell rate. Okay. And if I buy a copy of Archlich, oops, I didn't mean to open the vendor, but okay, so we know that Archlich though is price 11, sell rate 2. I mean, it still will be here somewhere, but okay, so what we're checking. Okay, so it just sells. Okay, so sell rate is going to be the value of an item to repurchase. So I probably don't need to expose that because you guys probably don't care. It's vendor markup. That is correct. Like, who cares what the vendor markup is? Unless you're going to buy and sell it a bunch. So, yeah, we'll take that off the info sheet. Boop. Boop. What is another data point that might be useful? Honestly, that's about it. But this is enough intel that I can like start doing things with it. So, cool. So now we get the cool little struct, and it's working pretty consistently now with merchants. The real question is, can I get it to work with item requests? I don't have a query system right now. Oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, he's not. This packet is not an item packet request because it's not coming up when I use this. Can someone come to EC in trade? I want to see if the trade request causes a packet. It should, but maybe even trading with a merchant. If I give this Archlich to him. Nope. if someone's bored and wants to trade with me. Actually, I'll start a trade with someone random. Nope, it didn't work. But Burnt is also on his way. Try trading with me, Burnt. Just anything. Okay, it didn't work. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to restart it. I can see my move item requests. And go ahead and we're going to cancel, start trading again. You can trade anything. Okay. Nada. So I thought trade request would do it, but it's not. Very weird what it does and doesn't do. Oh, no, it did. It did. I see it on the top left. All right, try a different item. There you go. So now I see the egg capsule. Okay, so item requests. That's kind of cool. Put another item on it, like post-mortem, just put another item on the trade. I'm going to see if it updates my list. Yep, white dragon scale boots. That's pretty cool. Still weird though that like item inspect is not included. Probably because it's in car inventory. I might need to see if car inventory is still crashing. Anyways, that was all. Thank you, Burnt. But yeah, I can't look up items, and I can't really actually trade me a Staff of Forbidden Rites, and I'll tell you that oh wait, the markup's not on my thing anymore. But give me a sec. If you want to see the price of Staff of yeah, there's no way, Burnt. Especially because the items aren't on the mob before you kill them. A lot of times they actually get instantiated post. Well, some of it does. Normal does. But okay, if you want to know the price of Staff of Forbidden Rites markup, you would go to good night. You would go to somebody was telling me good night. Yes, I just got to add this back in. There we go. All right, go ahead and just trade with me a Staff of Forbidden Rites. Burnt. All right, so the sell rate is 45,000. So basically 43 times 45, 1, 2, 3. It'll sell, to rebuy it, it would be 1.9 million plat. Is I think what the markup is. So yeah. But the fact that we can find that out is pretty cool. Yep. All right. So, what's the last thing we're going to do? I got to do like one last thing. I would love to get car inventory working. We were looking at that. I was about to hit debug. Let's hit debug again. Okay. So, we have a request of character inventory that we've done in the past. We actually have the item hash now. However, I can already tell you that the request is bad. this should be showing every single item like this. But obviously, it's borked. Why did I break it? Let's see. I mean, this collar's... It deserializes into this. Let's go ahead and step into this. And let's see if we can see the packet type. The packet type is 00. Not the best start. Can we see the item hash? Oops. It's a bunch of zeros. That's also not a good sign. Stack size 0. That's also bad. You can tell this packet needs to be reassessed. Pretty sure that's why car inventory is failing. However, we can at least validate that. By sucker, I'm gonna according to this, I never got a character inventory. I wonder, honestly, we're gonna exit the whole client while I have this capturing going, and I'm gonna hit play, and I just want to see if we ever get the character inventory packet during a normal login process. Not looking good. It should have been already. Yep, I don't know why. It should be sending that as a bulk send. .1080p. Go to ShinSpark. Or Shindo. Border. See, there's that bug still too, where the loot is not looting. I'm pretty sure it's my not recovering from it properly. So there you go. I get that now. Which is cool. Anyways, big potential. The other big thing I'm going to add is the compass system at some point. I'll make a 3D arrow and render it and then make it where, just like TomTom, I'll keep your location. I'll work on that just a little bit, just a second. Because all I have to do, if I go back to info, I can just display oh shit. The server would have to send it because I don't have client update from client. That's what I need. But I've been having an issue where my packet sniffer doesn't properly see traffic from outgoing. Don't fully know why. Like if I did that, this should be spamming. This packet is never getting called. We can actually show evidence of that with this message. Oh, there's my I just got my tribute. That's so funny. Um, yeah. We're going to do this quick because we're getting that inconsistency. You can see a couple packets are failing, including TO8. Possible 334. 29. So this data that's failing is probably it. I forget what the max display window limit is, but it would be as if that's what you're. Oh no, it's fine, dude. I was just. This isn't really made. Like I'll probably differentiate the different types of incoming items because I can do that. In fact, maybe I should do that real fast. So like if we go back to info and we print out these items, what we need to also send is a context. This would be resp packet. And this is not stringified yet. Perfect. What this will do, now whenever I get a packet event, this field damn it, don't fail on me when I'm in the middle of testing something else. That inconsistency is definitely going to me, which means I'll have to review all of my infrastructure. That's the problem when you invent something from ground up, is that you have to like review it from ground up. Okay, why is it saying item? I thought I renamed it. It's probably because of the iterator. Let's see. Oh. First of all, you should be that. Second of all, you do not need it. I'm retaining test. I'm not showing. Why am I not showing packet type? Maybe because loot is 0 or something? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, packet view link. Loot should be 66. I gotta get going. We'll play more later. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Adios. Yep. Thanks for hanging.